Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are ready to start with our launch. May I ask that we start with the formalities before we go into the substantive issues of our launch of the African Women's Leadership Network. May I ask that we all stand up and sing the national anthem. Because I was not told if there's something that is pre-arranged by the technicians, I would ask those of you with beautiful African voices can lead us with the singing of the national anthem. Thank you very much. Because I am from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, I don't want to embarrass anyone today, that we start learning the AU anthem so that when we open historic events such as this, we are all able to sing the AU anthem. But I know that in your hearts, you are singing with me as I sing in my own heart and appreciating this beautiful continent that has made us who we are. May I ask that at this point we have a national or a multi-faith prayer that will be led by Bishop Malusi Mpumlwana as well as Miss Nadia Hassan. May I ask them to come to the front table so that they can lead us in this multi-faith prayer. Thank you very much. The bishop is asking that you be the first to start. Okay. As an elder, we can only respect that.
Assalamu alaikum. I greet you with a universal greeting of peace. Peace be with you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Praise be to God, the cherisher and the sustainer of the world. Maliki Yawmiddin, master of the day of judgment. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. You alone do you worship, and you alone do we ask for help. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim. Show us the straight path. Sirat al-ladhina an'amta alayhim. The way of those whom you have conveyed your favor upon and your grace. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. Those who you have supported and those who do not go astray. Shukran. Thank you.
Ntate Bishop.
Good morning. I greet the dignitaries at the table here. Madam Deputy Minister. I suppose it is no coincidence that we meet at the Winnie Madikizela Mandela building, or is it? It's a splendid one if it is. And I should suppose it's no coincidence that we meet on the day that Mrs. Zanele Mbeki was born, to be able to collectively say happy birthday to her. Or is it just a coincidence? An awesome one if it is. But coming from the Council of Churches community, I have to insist that it is no coincidence that we meet on Thursday, a day that the global community of the World Council of Churches recognize as Thursdays in Black, for prayers and action against gender-based violence and femicide, South Africa's second pandemic and second only to COVID. As we focus our minds on prayer to begin our proceedings, I wish to start by asking a few questions of what we are to pray for. What would the South African chapter of the African Women Leaders Network seek to become and to achieve, for which our prayers must support? Would it seek to strengthen the network of women leaders in a South Africa where the culture of politics closes the space where we can be united as one on critical issues? Would it, in the context of its African identity, seek to build functional networks with women's structures in the SADC region and beyond in the continent? Would such networks create the prospects of economic opportunities and collaborations driven by women in the Africa Free Trade Area? Would such networks create a better understanding of the challenges of women in other African countries where there is extreme poverty and want, where there is war and repression? Would such networks therefore create the space to interrogate the conditions that drive migration from country to country, normally ending up in South Africa? The prospects of refugees from Eswatini and Mozambique, such as we have previously seen from Zimbabwe and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Would such networks create the facilitation for the proper treatment and documentation of African women who are both political and economic refugees in South Africa, to be saved from the insecurities and the vulnerabilities that inevitably follow female refugees everywhere? Will such networks make to strengthen the focus of South African women leaders on the African Union's Agenda 2063 and how it relates to the United Nations SDGs? We are set that the Agenda 2063 cannot be achieved, none of the 7 aspirations, without a strong network of women that are focused thereon. Authors of a book on the power of women united have a very interesting line to share, which I would like to share with you. First, we are cast by society in roles for which we are unprepared and perhaps ill-suited. We play by rules we didn't write, then we are chastised for not succeeding in those roles or for failing to follow the rules. The unrealistic expectations imposed by those roles and rules steal our confidence, damage our self-esteem, and mask our true identity. And so I pray that the effects that are highlighted by Leah Bandola and Tina Detsy, who write this book, Power of Women United, may be mitigated even as you come together to be the best you can be for South Africa, for SADC, for the continent, into the world. I take the prayer from Presbyterian minister from Nairobi that says, inspire us to leave our numerous comfort zones, challenge the systems, and improve the status quo in order to make life more fulfilling for each other. And I add that these networks, therefore, may be so blessed. In the name of God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have done the necessary formalities, let me, from the part of the moderator of the day, acknowledge in our presence Her Excellency Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, as well as former Executive Director of UN Women. Professor Mahano, the host, very generous host of this wonderful launch, and the chairperson of the UNISA Women's Forum. Her Excellency Deputy Minister Pinky Kekana, Deputy Minister in the Presidency. Her Excellency Ambassador Fionnuala Gilsenan, Ambassador of Ireland to South Africa, Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, members of the Diplomatic Corps joining us at this launch, both physical as well as on our virtual platform, members of the academia also joining us here physically, and some joining us on our YouTube channel. Our business partners that are part of this important launch, members of the African Women's Leadership Network think tank, the people that has brought us together here today. Ladies and gentlemen, may I say that, noting that there's so many dignitaries that are part of this important launch, let me rather stand on the protocols as established as we were inviting you, but also protocols that are part of our engagements here today. I do this because I know that in law there is a principle that says inclusion of one is exclusion of the other. So I do not want any one of us to leave here today aggrieved because you are not acknowledged. So I use this opportunity to acknowledge each and every one of you for making it to the launch, whether you are at home or in your office. I know that part of the people that are joining us online is the Director General of the Department of Public Service and Administration, and I do acknowledge all the people that are also joining us on that line. I acknowledge, of course, our sisters in the continent who are joining us remotely, and our sisters and brothers from elsewhere in the world who are excited that today South Africa is making history through the launch of this very important network. As I've said, I'm from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. My name is Madie Pesani Charlotte Lobby. I am the Acting Chief Operations Officer at the department, but I'm also a member of the global network of the Generation Equality Forum. We work closely with Dr. Mlambo Nuka as we were co-creating the global acceleration plan that is now part of our new world agenda towards 2030. I'm also a member of the Global Network on Women, Peace and Security, where I represent South Africa. I'm usually referred to there as a focal person from South Africa. I would like to start by extending my deepest appreciation to UNISA for hosting us today. I wish to acknowledge their generosity in terms of the energy that we've seen through their staff members as we're preparing for this very important launch. In particular, I also would want to thank Sawit, our great partner in the processes of establishing the AULIN South African chapter. Acknowledge the UNISA Women's Forum for a role that they have played in making it a reality. Appreciate UN Women, appreciate the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, appreciate the Department of International Relations and Cooperation for the excellent role that all these partners played in making this launch a success. When you see government, the academia, civil society, business, intergovernmental organization coming together in this manner, you already know this is not just a simple occasion, this is not just a talk show, but it's something that will be transformative, that will be able to come with concrete actions that are aimed at changing the lives of our people, but the lives of women and girls in particular. In 2017, African women made a bold and decisive move to rally women of this continent through a movement that would serve as a continental platform to galvanize women's leadership of Africa towards a lasting peace and sustainable development in all sectors and at all levels, building on and working with existing women's networks with the support of the African Union as well as the United Nations. And that is how AULIN came into being. As we converge here today, because it's important to set the scene and inform you that there are already 25 other African countries that have launched their national chapters of AULIN, and just by the prayers by the bishop as well as my sister there, we have now started a process of making it a reality for South African women. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we stand on the shoulders of giants. And these giants, some are still alive, but particularly, I wish to draw your attention. I don't know whether it's coincidental or it was planned that we launch our chapter during a year when South Africa has dedicated its efforts towards the celebration of the 150 years since the birth of Charlotte Maxeke, who is one of the great pioneers of women leadership, and who is also one of the people who, as a result of her leadership role, managed to unite South Africans with the limitations of the time, but also managed to pave a way for all of us to know that it's possible for women like Charlotte Lobby, for a woman who comes from Busabelo, where I come from, to know that indeed it's possible for us to break the glass ceilings. But in the same breath, we stand on the shoulders of many great living legends who had illustriously showed their work and passion to the work that they are doing through leadership. Others, of course, still face challenges of working in male-dominated environments, but as we meet here today, we are again going to develop some strategies on how we can ensure feminist leadership, but particularly Pan-African feminist leadership in the development of our continent. Having said that, let me then allow Professor Miahabo Mahano, who will welcome us to this great institution, an institution that we call the South African Pride, to welcome us. And you know, in Sesotho, when you welcome people, Prof, part of the things that you do is to tell them, so feel free to move around, feel free to be in our space. Our space is your space. Let me hand over to Prof. Thank you.
Program Director Melobi, thank you for the opportunity. At the foremost, I wish to register an apology on behalf of Professor Puleng Lenkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of this august university, the University of South Africa. Owing to other compelling university businesses, she's unable to attend this event. Nonetheless, she has expressed her full support for the mission and vision of the African Women Leaders Network, and in particular for today's event. Please receive UNISA's warm welcome. Program Director, allow me to welcome Honorable Bishop Malusi Mpumlwana and Mayor Hassan, those who brought us nearer our Creator. It is indeed good to acknowledge who the Creator is. Let me recognize the presence of Her Excellency Minister Maite Nkwane Mashabani, and also Her Excellency Dr. Pumzile Mlambo-Muka, former Deputy President of South Africa and previous Executive Director of UN Women, and the organizing committee of this launch. You are warmly welcome. Let me also recognize the esteemed leadership of African Women Leaders Network South Africa chapter and across the continent. Let me also acknowledge all the cabinet ministers present here and also those who are connecting virtually. The chairperson of SAWID, Mayor Togompumlwana, and also the UNISA Women's Forum, those who have connected virtually and those who managed to come here. The countries that managed to connect virtually to be with us today, a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, in my mother tongue, there is an adage that says, "Tautse senang seboka, disiwa ke nare tlotsa." The English translation will be, if lions do not gather to form a pride, they will be outrun by a limping buffalo. Consistent with the message of this adage, if we do not work together under a common purpose, we will be eluded by the smallest of the challenges and tasks. It is therefore important that we should unreservedly lend our firm support to the wonderful network of African women leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, it is unfortunate that Africa continues to suffer from a barrage of onslaughts, most of which are orchestrated against women and girl children. It is for this reason that any effort that seeks to consolidate the efforts to remedy the suffering of women and children should be supported. This is not the time to relent, but instead we should maximize our efforts to combat all the maladies that bedevil our beloved continent. Like a pride of lions on attack, we should be able to subdue a lot of challenges that unfortunately characterize our continent. Program Director, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, UNISA Management and the University Council, it is indeed an honor to witness history unfolding at this mega and globally renowned institution, the launch of the South African chapter of the Women Leaders Network. Shall we applaud that? South Africa will become the 26th African country to launch a national chapter of the African Women Leaders Network. The AWLN was pioneered by the President of Liberia, amongst others, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the first President of the Pan-African Parliament, Gertrude Mongela, the previous Executive Director of UN Women, Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, Deputy President General of the UN, the former, and Amina Mohamed, African Union Special Envoy, Bineta Diop, the former permanent representative of the United Republic of Tanzania, Liberata Mulamula, amongst others. The initiative commenced in 2017, and already we see its footprint across the continent, revealing the enormous capacity possessed by women. The quest to mobilize women across the continent is to transform the continent towards attaining the Sustainable Development Goals and the Africa Agenda 2063. The leadership of women in the transformation agenda is commendable, since women have proven beyond reasonable doubt that action and deliverables are key in their leadership. During the course of the proceedings, case studies which showcase the milestones attained by AWLN will be showcased. The case studies will include milestones attained in Lesotho and Namibia, just to quote a few, since the inception of the African Women Leaders Network in their countries. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's challenges and problems should be resolved by its own people, taking advantage of its abundant natural vegetation, the climate that is suitable for crop production, fruit farming, and mineral resources which were exploited by the West. Women are now positioning themselves to transform the status quo and provide leadership with implementation, plan, and action. Finally, as I welcome everybody, on behalf of UNISA, may we have a successful launch of Africa Women Leaders Network, and we wish everyone a pleasant experience throughout the day. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Prof, and indeed we feel welcomed. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask Advocate Maluleke, the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, to officially open this session where we are launching this very important network. Advocate Maluleke, I'm sure you are receiving, and if you receive doctorship, you must work for it. Advocate Maluleke is a renowned gender activist in her own right. She worked in the Department of Justice for many years, where she is part of a team that transformed the department, developed gender prescripts within the Department of Justice that today we are proud of. She is part of the team that assisted the then minister to bring on board women judges as part of the transformation agenda of the Department of Justice some 15 years ago. Advocate, over to you. I could not have not said that part.
Thank you, Chair. Program Director. Thank you. I've been given permission so that I'm not arrested for removing the mask. Chairperson, Mayor Charlotte Loeb. The co-conveners of AWLN, maybe let me rephrase. Charlotte had already indicated that I'm Nikateko Joyce Maluleke. I'm here to read the speech of the minister, because now if I don't read his speech, I'll say what I want to say. So maybe before I read his speech, allow me 1 minute to say something. Africa is said to be one country that begs with a golden bowl. Africa has got 90%, if not more, of platinum of the world. And I believe that this launch will change the face of Africa, because Africa does have the resources and the assets. But women have taken a backseat, leaving the leadership to men. And unfortunately, they have disappointed us. Without a disrespect, we respect them, but now women are saying, we're coming together to assist. And when women assist, things are going to change. Women won't beg. Women will beneficiate the gold that is in Africa. Women will beneficiate the platinum that is in Africa. Africa will change because women now are saying, we women in Africa are going to work together to change the face of Africa. Thank you very much for allowing me to say that. Now let me go back to Minister's speech. This is what her speech says. Chairperson Meshalot, the co-conveners of AWLN, my sisters May Benita Diop and Honorable Dr. Pumzile Mlambo Nguka, my sister May Nados Bekele Thomas, UN representative in South Africa, but I think she's not here. She's being represented by Ms. Hazel Gooding. Professor Puleng Linkabule, in her absence, Professor Mahano, Excellencies Bishop Mpumlwane, Ambassadors Mayor Hassan, the academia, diplomats, the committee, and the leadership of the AWLN, ladies and gentlemen, in person and those that are virtually. It is a great pleasure for me to give opening remarks at the launch of African Women Leadership Network in South Africa. I have been following the AWLN and participated in some of their events at the AU. The launch came at the time where we are celebrating one of our heroines, the iconic May Charlotte Manye Mateke, who 150 years ago had a vision that is espoused by the sentiments and objectives of this network. She was all about lifting as you rise, and if we all could have emulated her, we would by now have a critical mass of women in leadership positions from this continent and globally. However, that is history now. We are in a new era where African women have united to ensure that together we get the Africa we want. Agenda 2030 is just around the corner, and we have work to accelerate the implementation of the gender equality agenda by including all women in their diversity in the 9 years remaining to reach this goal. Generation Equality Forum is giving us another opportunity to do things differently and unite towards one goal. The goal for us is the empowerment of women in their diversity, including adolescent girls and youth in the continent and globally. Also, to remove barriers that hinder women from occupying leadership positions. We therefore see the AWLN as that vehicle that will shake all the foundations of patriarchy in the whole continent. I am saying we, because as ministers responsible for women's empowerment and gender equality in the continent, at the 4th and 5th STC, we took a decision to work with Aulin as it strengthens the work of these ministries, and together we will accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2030 and 2063. Aulin has women who are in leadership position, and some have held leadership positions and have extensive experience in navigating these patriarchal terrains that have excluded women from economic opportunities to leadership positions. As we grapple with the policies and protocols that seek to empower girls and women in their diversity, we need each other in order not to repeat any mistakes made and challenges they have encountered in their journeys, but to learn from them and fast track the implementation of our programs that includes eradication of child marriage, teenage pregnancies, gender-based violence, conflicts and wars, and to take opportunity on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Aulin, working in partnership with progressive men in the continent, together with the ministries for gender equality and women's empowerment, with the leadership of the AUC, must work together in addressing the challenges that women and children in the continent are experiencing. Sorry. These have been exacerbated by COVID-19. We are still reeling from the shock of this pandemic, and we all know that women have been disproportionately impacted by this virus, and as countries are rebuilding their economies, let us ensure that women are at the table where the planning and decisions are made, and also partner with the different Aulin chapters to share best practices in order to innovate going forward. Further, unless we eradicate gender-based violence, the opportunities that will be created through this network will exclude many women who are still in shackles of violence and abuse. Therefore, I am looking forward to partner with Aulin as we create this critical pool of African women leaders globally who are free from all forms of violence and abuse, and to work with the collaborative that is implementing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and the GEF South Africa Multi-Stakeholder Forum that is implementing the commitments made by the President at the Paris Generation Equality. This also includes the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program, which talks about trillions and trillions. Women must not miss that opportunity. Women must be involved. $1 trillion is 400 billion for women. Women must get the 400 billion depending on the 40% that the president had pronounced. Ladies and gentlemen, in the room and on call, I see Aulin as a game changer for women and girls in the continent, as it is breaking ethnic, religious, regional and class barriers and uniting women in the different generations for the same goal, to change the lives of women and girls in this beautiful continent of ours. I am also enthused by the practice of being sisters keepers with the solidarity visits in countries where women and girls need help and assistance, which is a new phenomenon in the continent. We have been asking women to speak out, and in many instances, they have no one to talk to or to support them. As we launch the Aulin chapter in South Africa, let us make sure that we do not leave anyone behind and partner with the structures in place to mentor and bring young women in leadership positions and support those we deploy in leadership positions in order to create new mentors for the next generation. Wishing you all a successful launch. Malibongwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Maluleke. It's 2021. As the advocate was saying, as women, we do no longer ask. In 2013 already, when women marched in Bloemfontein, they said, we do no longer ask, we demand. Our generation and generations to come no longer demand, we take what is rightfully ours. We occupy our rightful position in society. And I think that is the summary of the message from the Minister in the Presidency responsible for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Before I call messages of support, there is a saying that the place of a woman is in the kitchen. Now, as we launch our lean, we recognize that the place of a woman is where a woman wants to be. Whether it's in the boardroom, whether it's in some camp of the South African National Defence Force, whether it is at the helm of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, whether it is in the kitchen, who knows? It may as well be an industrial kitchen, and she may be a chef. So, a place of a woman is where she wants to be. Having said that, Vero here, my sister, is going to help me because we are running out of time. 4 messages of support. We've allocated 5 minutes for each speaker. When you are at 2 minutes, she's going to flag an orange, a very nice orange thing to encourage you not to be difficult, just to encourage you to summarize. And when your time is up, she will put a red flag to say, whoa, 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 your time is up. So as the MC, I don't have the responsibility. I do not negotiate. She is the person who's responsible for our time, and you have every right not to like her that very much, but you can like me because I'm not taking responsibility for that. Ladies and gentlemen, our first message of support is from the co-convener of the African Women's Leadership Network, Madam Diop, who is also the African Union Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, and she has a rich history of gender activism, including her leading the establishment of GMAC, Gender is My Agenda, and sustaining it throughout the years as an important component of civil society that influences processes and programs of the African Union. Madam Diop is joining us virtually, and I am hoping that our technicians will be able to assist us in linking with Madam Diop. I can see she's ready and beautiful as always. Madam Diop, do receive our fraternal greetings from South Africa. We are excited to launch the chapter of our LIN, but we are also excited that, as always, You took time to join us. We know you wanted to come physically, but circumstances could not allow. The kind of work that you do also could not allow you to have traveled to South Africa. Over to you, Madam Diop.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. You can hear me? Yes. Yes, probably you can hear me. Program Director Charlotte Lobe. Let me recognize Madam Minister represented here, Madam Maite Mashabani, but the Minister in charge of women, but also Professor Magano of UNISA, Madam Zanele Beki, Madam Carlos Mekele, Resident Coordinator, and in particular my sister Pumzile, the co-convener of AULIN, the former Executive Director of UN Women. Let me also recognize our partners here present, Germany and Ireland, and all members of the diplomatic corps and the ministers and members of parliament here present. It's with great pleasure that I'm here today with you on the occasion of the launch of the national chapter of the AULIN in South Africa. And thank you for your kind invitation. Before I proceed further in my remarks, allow me to bring you warm greetings and congratulations from the Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, the chairperson of the African Union Commission and a leading champion as well of gender equality in Africa. You know, I'm very happy to be back with you, but you know, as you said, Charlotte, these circumstances that didn't allow me to travel and be physically. I did promise to Pumzile, and Pumzile beat me. I know she will talk about it. Now South Africa is leading, and you know it was supposed to be first Senegal, my country, but now I see that South Africa continues to be the champion in this endeavor. So I really want to congratulate you, my sister Pumzile, and all the women leaders. You know, South Africa is known for the empowerment of women and gender equality. I have witnessed many times what you have done, not just for South Africa, but for our continent. Recently, I was attending the Gertrude Chopin mediation, a dialogue that is a great initiative. Previously, as you know, with Madam Becky, Zanele Becky of Saudi, the work that you have done in countries of conflict. Recently, also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation accompanied us in our visit in Mozambique and donated resources to the women displaced in the case of Mozambique. So you see that not responding. South African women's groups were in, you know, what we have been doing, and recently, last week only, we had another milestone, the third AULIN forum. From New York, we moved to Addis, and Addis, again, we had it virtually, but I'm sure that we will continue in massifying our movement. Today will be the 26 chapters that we have in our continent. We need to massify 55 countries, not just one, but 55 countries in our continent. So I think we need to continue what we have done so far. I'm sure that we will discuss that, not just the Solidarity Mission with Amina Mohammed, with Pumzile, with Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, but the Youth Caucus, for example, this week they will have their conclave, their retreat with the elders to discuss intergenerational discussion, dialogue. And I'm sure that South Africa will continue also to host that intergenerational in-country level. Thank you to the ECA. Also, we have launched a great women fund, which is also hosted by South Africa with the Standard Bank of South Africa. And we will continue to discuss with you, with the national chapter, on the different program that our women is not implemented, but making sure that they exist and women of Africa will benefit from this. So our women is at vanguard of creating conducive conditions to unleash the power and leadership of women. All in all, our mission with our women is to be in solidarity with each other. Our message, I want to say, our marching orders, we always say, are come together, transform, and create a better Africa. As I conclude, I wish to once more congratulate all women leaders here present and those who are in line, the numerous others that represent for the establishment of our women in South Africa. I also wish to reiterate our commitment and support to women transformative leadership for the betterment of our society. God bless you all. God bless South Africa. God bless Africa. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Diop, our mother in the continent, who is really committed to the upliftment of the African women. Our next message will be from the government of Ireland through the ambassador of Ireland to South Africa, Her Excellency Ambassador Fionola Gilsenan. Before she even start talking, I know she's gonna tell you about these exciting things. She has participated in 2 Aulin launches before this one. The first one was in Ethiopia, the second one was the Zimbabwean one. So she is not only an ambassador to South Africa, but she's a friend of African women. And we are excited to have her here as part of the launch. We are excited that she is not only the person who talks, she walks the talk. And she has contributed since she's been in our country in a number of projects that are led by women in civil society. Ambassador, over to you.
Program Director Charlotte Lobe, Dr. Mlambo Nka, Deputy Minister Kakana, dear friends, dear sisters, it's really a great pleasure to be here today. We're here to launch a network of African women leaders, but we know that African women have been leading for a long, long time. And in Ireland in particular, we know that the Women, Peace and Security agenda beats with an African heart. From Namibia's work in championing Resolution 1325 to the courage of Liberian women in 2003 who demanded an end to the civil war, African women have been at the forefront of the movement to ensure that women take their rightful place as decision makers in their own lives and the lives of their nation. South African women have always been at the forefront of defending themselves and their families' rights. From 1913, when a group of women led by Charlotte Macleke burned their passes in front of municipal offices in the Free State, to the famous Women's March of 1956, where women of all races marched to union buildings to protest against the unjust pass law system. Wachaya Mfazi Watinta Impo Goko. Thank you for the help, because that is the rallying call of all women and girls in South Africa. And as you can see, COVID has prevented me from just bringing it out perfectly. But practice is needed, and practice will occur. I think it's significant that we stand today in the Willie Mandela building, another true leader and a rock in the fight against apartheid. The Africa Union and African women have continued to lead the way in advancing women, peace and security agenda in recent years, in initiatives such as FemWise Africa and the appointment of our sister, Her Excellency Madame Binta Diop, as the UN Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security. She hasn't just taken that job and done it in a bureaucratic or a technocratic way, but she has taken it as a leader and made something from it that really stands the test as a testament to her leadership and the leadership of all of her colleagues. So Ireland has been very pleased to be able to provide support to the Africa Union for this important work. And I'm certainly very proud to share a platform with Madame Diop and others today. And in particular, I think, just to mention Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka for your vision in the establishment of the Africa Women's Leaders Network. This is a vision of a continent-wide force of women leaders, is something that's very much needed and very much in evidence here today. Ireland is an active member of the Friends of the Alvin Group at the United Nations in New York, and we have been a long-standing champion of the Women, Peace and Security agenda at the UN. It's a key priority for our membership of the Security Council, and together with Mexico, Ireland co-chairs the Security Council's informal expert group on WPS. Since taking our seat on the Security Council, Ireland has worked to ensure the voices of women on the ground are heard at the Security Council. We placed women civil society briefers at the heart of our September presidency, bringing 17 civil society briefers in total to participate in council discussions. We're pleased to say that 16 of these civil society briefers were women, a new record for women's participation at the council. The WPS agenda has powerful resonance in Ireland. As our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Simon Coveney, has recently said, this agenda for us is personal. We have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact women have had on the Northern Ireland peace process, both in negotiating the political settlement and continuing the essential work of peace building today. In Ireland's own National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, Southern Africa is highlighted as a priority context. We're committed to working to advance the WPS agenda in the region and women's leadership more generally through our engagement with SADC, with UN Women, and with national governments and civil society. In 2020, as mentioned, our embassy began a partnership with UN Women to support the launch of the Zimbabwean chapter. We provided funding over the last 2 years to establish the steering committee and secretariat, develop a youth caucus, and fund the network's participation in national, regional and international events. We're also working on the rollout of the mentorship programme, intergenerational dialogues and development of situational analysis focusing on young women leaders. And just to pause to say, that is something that I'm deeply committed to and really want to champion during my term as Ambassador of Ireland. In South Africa, as Charlotte has mentioned, we're also deeply invested in the WPS agenda through UN Women with the Government of South Africa and civil society partners. We've already agreed a partnership with the Institute of Justice and Reconciliation to support the implementation of South Africa's NAP on women, peace and security. So I'm proud to stand with you today to support the establishment of the South Africa chapter, which will enhance South Africa's principled leadership in the region on gender equality and WPS. I hope you will all see in Ireland a partner that wants to walk with you, learn from you, and make a contribution to your success. I look forward to the future of this chapter and wish you every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thanks for the wonderful message. We are looking forward to further collaborations with the embassy as we build this movement in South Africa, but because we know your passion for our continent, we also look forward to working with you in other parts of the continent, particularly in our region of SADC, because we know that your accreditation also extends to some of these countries like Lesotho, so we look forward to also working with you in that capacity. The two messages that we are going to have now, they are both virtual, because the people who are gonna be presenting these messages of support could not join us physically. We are grateful that they were able to agree to take this call online, and even though they had other pressing engagements in their different organizations. The first one is the International Women's Forum of South Africa. The person who will represent the forum is Ms. Trifosa Ramano, and following Ms. Trifosa Ramano, we'll have the coordinator of Aulin Young Women Leaders Caucus, Dr. Joanie Bewa. If the technicians, together with Mas Chaba, we can line up Dr. Bewa so that immediately after the message of support from our sister Trifosa, that she follows suit. We don't have to come and announce again. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are audible. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Program Director Charlotte, co-conveners of AWF, Aulin, and good morning to esteemed guests. Firstly, let me convey the apologies from Ms. Nolita Fakude, the Deputy President of IWFSA. Due to urgent business crisis, she could not make it, and I am representing IWFSA. IWFSA is part of IWF, International Women's Forum, a global organization with a network of accomplished women leaders in the world, with more than 7,500 women leaders across 36 nations and 6 continents. IWF connects women leaders across every professional sector in support of each other and common mission of advancing women leadership and championing equality. The South African chapter IWFSA supports the global vision and includes in its strategy the development of young women into becoming effective and ethical leaders in society, which is also part of the generation equality under the Young Leaders Connect. So IWFSA is extending our warm welcome to Dr. Phumzile, who is an honorary member of IWFSA. She is the recipient of the IWF Global Lifetime Achievers Award and IWF Global Hall of Fame member. The only 2 global honorees are inducted into IWF Global Hall of Fame since 1985. Dr. Phumzile joined other women leaders into the Hall of Fame, is women past president, women Nobel Prize winners, as women of stature into the IWF Global Hall of Fame. Dr. Phumzile brings to us, as IWFSA, a wealth of wisdom. She is a woman of stature, she is a role model, and a thought leader in civil society, business, politics, and governance. She has a good track record that is nationally and internationally recognized. And during her stay at the UN Women with the Generation Equality Forum, that is a testimony that generation equality is very important. Intergeneration leadership is very important, so that we can leave our nation into the hands of beautiful young women leaders who understand the ethics and the impact in society. We salute Dr. Phumzile, and IWFSA is also supportive of the launch of the SA chapter of African Women Leaders Network, OLIN, as the 26th country in the continent, and looking forward to working hand in hand with OLIN in charting the way forward in terms of the gender equality, in terms of women leadership, in terms of making sure that women occupy their space where they actually belong. Thank you very much, and congratulations to OILIN on the 26th chapter launch, and welcome to Dr. Phumzile. Thank you very much.
Dr. Bewa, over to you. Dr. Bewa, you can proceed. Are you able to hear us? Please unmute.
Can you hear me, Madam Program Director?
You are audible, thank you. You can proceed.
Madam Program Director, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You are audible.
Very much, Madam Program Director. I would like to kindly stand on all protocols and excellencies, great excellencies and distinguished leaders present in this call, but also in South Africa. I would like to kindly recognize as well and pay tribute to our co-conveners, our OLIN co-conveners, Dr. Phumzile and Madam Dignitary, for the outstanding leadership, but also the service to gender equality globally, as well as convening a groundbreaking network. As introduced, I'm Dr. Joanne Bewa, and I have the privilege to serve as the chair of the OLIN Regional Youth Caucus. So the Regional Youth Caucus that I have the pleasure to support is honored to join the OLIN South Africa chapter launch, and we are sending from all countries from Africa our heartfelt congratulations to the South Africa National Chapter for such a significant milestone. Our OLIN family is expanding thanks to your continuous support and commitment. Established in 2018, the OLIN Youth Caucus built on OLIN Pillar, which is the Young Women Leadership Pillar, and is strong of a diverse membership of young professionals, experts in their respective field of activities across Africa and diaspora. From day one, from the beginning, OLIN has committed to innovate, to proceed differently by engaging meaningfully and supporting young and senior women leaders through an intergenerational lens. OLIN committed to ensure an equal representation of senior and young women in all OLIN governance bodies, including at national and regional level, and I was thrilled, beyond excited, to hear that the South African National Chapter has a similar commitment. The Regional Caucus also champions intergenerational co-leadership, and as mentioned previously by Madam Dignitary, organize an annual intergenerational retreat as a platform to foster and strengthen young women's leadership and promote intergenerational dialogue, collaboration, and mentorship. Since 2018, over 500 participants have attended the retreat, whose third edition is going live today, actually, in a few hours. We have engaged countries, stakeholders across 5 regions in Africa, through consultations. Our members were at the front line of the Generation Equality Forum and consultations, at the front line of women in peace and security agenda, governance, financial inclusion, social mobilization, COVID-19 relief effort, and more. And all these engagements actually have resulted in strong commitment made to unite leaders, to unite young and senior women leaders, to be more inclusive in all aspects of leadership and build a sustainable, innovative, and cross-generational mentorship structure, notably through the adoption of a 2-year action plan and a joint declaration. And few critical output of the first and second retreat were establishing a mentorship platform as a significant and novel strategy to build bridges, to build synergy between young and senior women leaders. And I really want to acknowledge here the significant contribution and that one of our caucus members, who is also from South Africa, Ms. Nomso Kana, has made in terms of contributing to the design of the mentoring platform. Our goal essentially as a regional youth caucus is to help establish or strengthen existing youth caucuses in all national chapters and across Africa. Of course, in partnership with National Chapters Coordinator, matching our elders, 26 chapters, but also adopting clear youth engagement strategies, capacity building, and national co-leadership and mentorship structures. So let's continue to build a groundbreaking, vibrant, strong movement for gender equality. We need to act now. We need to continue to act now. If not now, then when? We are looking forward as a regional caucus to collaborate with the Outlet South Africa chapter, to the Outlet South Africa Youth Caucus, and cordially thank you for inviting us. Over to you, Madam Program Director.
Thank you very much to Ms. Trifosa Ramano as well as Dr. Joanne Bewa for their messages of support. Indeed, as we conclude the messages of support, we are strengthened that sisters in other organizations see a possibility of us developing this wonderful network into something that is beautiful, but not beautiful just in the face value, but beautiful in content, beautiful in transforming gender relations in our country and in the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, our speaker, our key speaker, Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, as I said when we started the proceedings of today, former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, former Executive Director of UN Women, the co-convener of AULIN, but above all these titles, a person that is passionate about gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. A person who initiated a campaign that was groundbreaking, the Generation Equality campaign, but did not leave it only as a campaign, transformed it into concrete action, and in addition to that, made sure that it developed a global acceleration plan on gender equality, but did not only leave it to that, made sure that it's funded in billions of rands. Not only did that, but made sure that she leaves the UN Women with an intact foundation from which anyone who can take over in that structure is able to operate without any struggle, like when she started to make it work. A person who has disrupted patriarchy in the world. And I believe that of all things that she has done for us as women and for future generations is the disruption of patriarchy. She is not in the UN Women anymore, but you cannot ignore the legacy that she has left, not only for UN Women, not only for the UN, but for women of the world. I was asked, Me Phumzile, a few months ago, one word to define Phumzile, because that person pronounced it like that. One way to pronounce Phumzile. And my word of pronouncing Phumzile, I could not come with a single word. Because she's one woman in 100 folds. You can't say she's defined by greatness. You can't say she's defined by excellence. You can't say she's defined by resilience. So there is no single word that defines Phumzile, our Phumzile. I believe, and the reason why we are launching, and Prof. Lulama will relate to this, is because we want to continue the legacy of transformative leadership. Yeah. Leadership that does not say, I am the first woman deputy president of the country. A leadership just like Charlotte Maxeke that says, I am a woman of first, but I'm able to pull other women to achieve greatness. As you can see, it comes from the heart. I've worked with her, whether on WPS, on GF, and she has represented South Africa excellently in all areas where she has made a contribution. Me Phumzile, as you bring it home, as you bring this transformative leadership home with the challenges that we have, I am sure that we can build the rainbow nation from the feminist leadership, because I know people are afraid to say feminist leadership, they'll say women's leadership, so that they don't alienate. Because it appears people don't like to be defined as feminist. As a feminist, I believe there's value in feminist leadership. Because there is a different perspective that feminists brings to the table. It's not an ordinary everyday woman who is elected and who is happy about elected. It's a woman who knows that at the heart of her election, appointment, selection, whatever the case may be, there is an important role that she needs to play, not only in representing women, but in transforming gender relations. We regard you as the pioneer in the 21st century of telling us, showing us, walking the talk, and making us to believe that it is possible. Over to you, Me Phumzile.
Thank you very much. Now I feel I'm at home. I've really missed this. I'd like to stand on the protocol that has been established by Madam Program Director. But I would also like to thank the women who stood up and made sure that this day is organized, who took it upon themselves to go up and down and sideways to pull everyone together and made it possible for us to declare South Africa the 26th chapter of AWL. For me, this is truly a special day. I've dreamt of this day. As Mrs. Diop was saying, we were competing with her about which country is going to launch first. Is it her country, Senegal, or my country, South Africa? Because as both of us, we are conveners of AWLN, and we were saying, my goodness, it's going to be so embarrassing if nothing happens in our countries. So you've taken something that was really aching on me. Thank you so much. I also would like to thank the chapters of AWLN all over the continent for keeping us going, for having chartered the way and enable all of us to see this thing can work. It really has been encouraging. I'm not saying there are no problems, but mostly they have been able to take a step each time. When they fall, they rise. Take a step forward. And we are then joining, and we will also establish our own path. I also want to thank the AU, which together with UN Women were in the forefront of establishing AWLN, and the sisterhood that came together to lift us. The former president of Liberia, Mama Ellen, who is now our patron, has been there from day one and has never looked back. Joyce Banda has been there and has never looked back. Catherine Samba Panza, the former president of CAR, has been there and has never looked back. Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed has been there. And they are coming together and supporting us has enabled us to put together a group of elders who are there to guide and support us, but also a pool of women we can call on when there are emergencies in different countries, and we have deployed them to different countries to intervene on behalf of women. Today also is a retreat in Nairobi. It's an intergenerational retreat which is hosted by President Kenyatta, because saying AWN and Aslalganjal Shala Pezul. We want the presidents to be part of the issues that we are deliberating on. So this is the third intergenerational retreat, which is led by our dynamic young people, and I can just imagine how exciting it is to be there. So I had to tell them I am not coming. This mission here in South Africa is just too important. Yeah. But I'm sure they will represent as well. I'm sure Nomso is also missing the team in Nairobi. I want to thank the friends of AWLN. In New York, we brought them together from different member states in all the 6 regions of the world. The first chair was Ghana and Germany, who has been supporting us and has funded us. Now the chair of Aulin in New York is South Africa. So we are very proud that Ambassador Joini is representing us. And Germany is still there, but Ireland has been there since the beginning. Not just in New York, but everywhere. So Ambassador, thank you so much for the support that you have given to AWLN. I also just want to highlight to you that Ambassador Joini, who is South Africa's ambassador to the United Nations, is also a president of the commission, CSW, Commission on Status of Women. A very important commission that you all know about. She has a big job because next year when she's on the chair, this will be the year when the UN is addressing the ways of work of CSW, because CSW doesn't quite work that well. We spend too many hours arguing rather than advancing women. It is a commission on the status of women. In theory, we are supposed to raise the status of women, but we spend hours and hours arguing about women, and in the process of that arguing, we water down the text. We don't raise the status, we bring the status of women down. So there is something absolutely wrong. Every year, CSW has a theme that we discuss, we research the theme, we consult. AU and Africa is always on top of it because there's always a meeting when African countries meet, they discuss the theme, they input on the theme, and what we bring out of every CSW, we take back to countries so that it helps the countries in their policy making and in evaluating themselves. But we really could not do that if we did not have civil society. Because member states, even though they participate and they do a good job, they bring experts from their countries, they argue, but there's a big chunk of member states that just spend their time looking at how women can get less rather than more. And that is extremely frustrating. So AWLN, one of your jobs at the UN is to protect women. It is to raise the status of women. It is to bring your member state, South Africa, who fortunately has not been, you have not been in trouble. You've been a good member state. Bring your country and make sure that your country is always on top of issues. When we pulled together AWLN, we wanted to be connected as women in Africa. We wanted to be coordinated, and we wanted to also celebrate the progress that we have made despite the difficulties that we still have. We wanted to make sure that our voices count, because the more we are, the louder we can speak. We also wanted to make sure that the countries with the biggest challenges did not feel they are alone. That where there are troubles, where there are challenges, we will pledge solidarity as much as we can. And the idea of forming AWLN, one organization with one name in the 54 African countries, was for us to identify with each other and to have an agenda that we all embrace. It may differ in the different countries because of our context, but at least we have the same pillars that we are trying to advance. We are the 26th chapter out of the 54 African countries, and 27 is the half of 54. So we're just about to get to be half. 2022 is going to be the year to launch in all the countries that have not launched. I'm hoping that next year, this time, let us meet again and celebrate how far we have come. Because now this becomes your birthday. This is the birthday of the South African chapter. So on the birthday, we come together and we can go online to every country in Africa and check what's up. You know, have you launched? And I'm hoping that wherever we knock, we will find the right answer. We also wanted in the launch of AWLN to bring women within our countries from all walks of life. We wanted to be sure that AWLN does not ride over organizations that exist in our country. That is very important. The organizations that exist in our country that perform different functions, we respect them, we need them, but when we come together from all walks of life, we strengthen each other. So business women, women in the judiciary, women in sports, women LGBTQI, young people, women in the church, disabled women, we are all AWLN. And we stand as the organizations that we are. We don't have to give up the organizations that were formed in order to come to AWLN. So in AWLN, you can't come just as an individual. Bring your group with you. That is what strengthens AWLN. So I am glad to see that in South Africa, we have brought different grouping. I can see, I was looking, this mass is young, but I can see that we have diversity, and we still have to go out and canvass for more women, more groups. And of course, we have to be all over the country. And we can use virtual engagement, but we also have to be there in person and make sure that women all over the country, in all their organizations, feel they can belong. In particular, we need to canvass young people, because young people want to co-create. They don't want token leadership. They want power. So we need to go to where young people are, and we need young people to lead us, and we need to embrace their enthusiasm and their commitment to our issues. We have in Africa Agenda 2063 that we have to implement. Also, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which we also have to implement. And we have to choose for ourselves where in those two frameworks do we fit in, so that we can advance in a systematic way. Definitely in the SDGs, we have Goal 5, which is the goal on gender equality, but all goals are important for us. The goal on climate is important for us. The goal on partnership is important for us. The goal on poverty is important. The goal on education is important for us. So if we are here and we bring different organizations to be part of AWLN, then we have the expertise that we can deploy in the different goals. And when we come together, we have been able to cover everything. Agenda 2063 also embraces a lot of the three brings in. The AWLN, when it was launched, announced the pillars of AWLN around which we work, which is empowering rural women and girls, which is important in Africa because we predominantly have rural people. For us in South Africa, we also have to look at what is happening in rural areas. we have to be concerned about the issue of land. We have to contribute to that debate, because if we are not coming up with ideas and action, we risk becoming irrelevant to the debate on land, but also infrastructure in rural areas, education in rural areas. These are our issues as AWL. Secondly, we focused on political participation, and most of our of the launched chapters are very active. In fact, I think all are active in political participation. Every time there's an election in Africa, I can say with my eyes closed, there will be an AWLN women standing or agitating. And they take the agenda forward in every country. The most heartening one was DRC, which had a lot of challenges, and AWLN came. They lifted the women of DRC, and quite a number of them are now ministers. So we thumbs up. But for us here in South Africa, we also have to look at ourselves, because we're blind. We are not in a good place. And we have not always just organized ourselves exclusively as women for political elections. We go to our parties and we work a lot with our parties. But in AWLN, we have to work across parties, across organizations, and lift every woman in this country to take part in politics in whatever party they want to be in. We have just had local government elections, and aikapili, because we have not solved the problem. This problem did not give us the answer that we needed. We did not establish a system for delivering services to our people. That is our problem. We have that pillar on political participation. So we have to, as we discuss, think about what are we going to do to make local government work, whether we are public representatives, civil servants, or women in different organizations. We have to hold the elected representative accountable for the work that they do, because you cannot wait for 4 years, because by the time you get to that 4th year, there will be no country. So it is our responsibility from now to go to every municipality. We need to have a plan for local government, where we as women will go there to push for change, to support local government, but also to call out wrong practices. We have a lot of young councillors who do not have the skills needed for them to do their job. We need to take those kids to school and make sure that they acquire the skills that they need to run these municipalities. Yesterday, I was talking to the Vice Chancellor of Wits and the Chancellor about this issue, and saying, universities, you have to go to municipalities and collect our leaders and educate them. If you cannot educate so that we are governed well, why do you exist? So this is our responsibility, UNISA. This is our responsibility, and this is the responsibility of all the universities of South Africa, to make sure that we do our best to make sure that our local government representatives acquire the skills that they need. And if they don't, then they must move. Exactly. They must move. We can't wait for 4 years. Otherwise, we definitely will not have the country. And then we're going to have national and provincial elections. We have to start now to prepare for that. Yeah. We have to make sure that we are entering that stage with determination. We cannot sit and say, yo, bazovelapi abantu. We have to create people. We have to look for people. We have to be part of the deliberations with Parliament, with parties, and make sure that we have got a slate that we can live with. We cannot get there at the end when the elections are to start, and then the parties just throw people in us and then we just have to accept what they take. You have to give them the people. So, AWLN, this is your agenda. You also have to make sure that the manifestos of political parties speak to you. Yes. You have to call political parties to be accountable to you about what is it that they promise to do for you to vote for them. And we have to come together as women of different parties from different walks of life. Let us stop the fragmentation of our country. It has just gone too much. Let us pull the country together and focus on what is good, peace and security. We want to silence the guns, and many times when you think about silencing the guns, we may be thinking about the guns of the belligerents who are killing people in the field, but there are guns in the townships. There are knives in the townships. Women are beaten and killed by men. We have to take up that fight and make sure that when we go and meet with our sisters and we look at the different issues of peace and security, we bring our version of peace and security. What happened in Durban and Gauteng and the thrashing of the country, that is a crisis. This is something we have to fight against, and we have to pull the country together again. We can thank Mrs. Diop for the hard work that she and everything that she has done on women, peace and security, because she is a peace envoy of the AU, women peace envoy of the AU. And because of her, we have been to different countries where there were issues and crises, to be in solidarity with those women, to engage with the stakeholders there, to confront the government, etc. So we've been to Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea, Central African Republic, Mozambique, and of course we had to stop because of COVID. But it is important, South Africa, that when there's a peace and security solidarity visit in other parts of the continent, you also show up. You also send someone from South Africa to be in the delegation that goes and sees the country. But us too, when we have issues, we want other women to be in solidarity with us. Then we have young women and young women's leadership. They are rocking. It is such a strong component of AWLN. I am so proud. And the strength of AWLN as young women also fueled the strength of Generation Equality. A lot of African women who participated in Generation Equality came from AWLN, and I am eternally grateful for the role that they play. It's better, but you know, taking the issues forward. And the nice thing, they are substantive and they want to work. They're not asking you to work for them, they just want the space. So we need to make sure that we open up the space for them to participate. Then we have financial inclusion. In financial inclusion, we have focused on access to finance, especially for women. We already formed a fund which will support women entrepreneurs. It is based in Addis at the Economic Commission for Africa, and it will identify fund managers in different countries in Africa and give money to the fund managers so that they can fund in their countries. So we are now in a hurry. We want to see it start to fund. There are, I think, about 4 South African fund managers who are part of the fund managers that have been identified. And we have to guide those fund managers because they have to be gender sensitive. They also have to make it easy for women to access finance. It should not be another headache. We form a fund and then the fund becomes a headache to us. That's where you are. But I just want to say on young people, we also launched a platform for mentorship, which NOMSO has been part of, together with Hannah Teti, who is the UN's All Africa representative. An exciting initiative. I'm sure NOMSO will talk about it. And we will ask you to go on the website and see how you could be part of that. If you are a woman of my age and a woman who has got just anything to share and we are not mentoring anybody, that is unacceptable. Yeah. That is unacceptable. It is the most pleasant thing to do, the easiest thing to do, and the important thing to do. And if you think about the things that you know how to do, most of them you did not learn them at school. You learn them by seeing other people, by looking at what other people do, by being guided by other people. That is mentoring. Some of it is declared because you pick on a person and you walk with them. Some of it is just your generosity with your time to a lot of people. Be part of something. If you are AWN women and awuphathanga umntwanyana wakho apha, that's not it. So we all need to be mentoring. And then after financial inclusion, we have social mobilization. Mobilizing society to be woke. Because most of the changes that we need in society cannot be achieved by people sitting in a desk inside the room. You need people in the streets sometimes. You need people to be mobilized. You need people to campaign so that the people inside the room sitting on a desk feel the pressure. In any case, in some cases, especially on women's issues, the issues can be so hard that sitting on a desk does not take you where you want to be. Politicians listen when someone is shouting outside, which is a pity, but you know, it can be like that. But please don't break things. So we need social mobilization on all kinds of things. And we should be able to, we need to be mobilizing for climate change, for instance. It is an important issue. It is an issue that threatens the existence of humanity. And we cannot go and sleep without knowing what is the future of our grandchildren. Because we borrow the planet from our grandchildren. It is not ours. We borrow it from them. And we should leave it for them to live in. They will also borrow it from their own grandchildren. And we are the last generation that has a possibility of stopping the extinction of humanity. So we must not take this issue light. It is important. And we need to school ourselves, we need to organize ourselves in AWLN so that we can educate ourselves about what we can do, how we can do. ESCOM's crisis is a climate change crisis as well. And we need to understand what solutions are there, and we need to be part of implementing those solutions. So we are in a country that is exciting, that is beautiful, but troubled as well. And we need to be part of healing this country and building this country. And if we come together and we bring all our strengths, knowledge, insights, we can be much stronger in helping to build the country. We cannot be a failed state. We cannot, not under your watch. We exist in order to make sure that that does not happen. So I thank you for giving your time, your energy, your dedication, and for going out and recruiting more people so that together we can take this country forward and take this beautiful continent forward. Thank you.
I wish I had a very nice voice. I was going to sing a nice song, but I'm going to test you. I'll try. I'm not very talented in that field. I talk, I don't sing. But the spirit of the keynote address says that I sing. Mukhosi wala suhang basadi musadi utwara tipaka buhaling matlaki aruna musadi utwara tipaka buhaling matlaki aruna makosi kasi kulonyanga yetu watinta bafazi watinta imbogodo pasopa uzokufa watinta bafazi watinta imbogodo pasopa uzokufa kyalebuha. I wanted to ignite the spirit of us wanting to serve. Because Mukhosi means there is a call. So women need to wake up because the power is ours. Watinta Bafas, of course, you know, I cannot repeat that. Even my Excellency Ambassador of Ireland, no Watinta Bafas, Watintim Bokoto. Thank you very much, Dr. Pumzile, and thank you very much for making it possible for us to stand on a platform like this and say confidently that South African women are no longer going to wait to be invited to the table. This launch means that we are creating our own table. It is us who will invite others to join us. And to say again, Dr. Pumzile, that one of the resolutions of the South African Women's Peace Table that I co-convene with two other sisters, Professor Cheryl Hendricks as well as Pravina Makanlaka, took a decision, and DM is our patron, took a decision, Metoko as one of the leaders of the South African Women's Table, Professor Lulama Osmabatu, took a decision for us to have a women's election monitoring platform. And the first of its work was this past local government elections with three components: that of democracy education, the second one of actual monitoring of the campaign as well as the actual election day, but the third one being that of an election aftercare. I won't speak about this other two. The important thing about election aftercare means that as women, we recognize that women have been elected not only into municipalities, but municipal councils, but they are also now they will be elected as mayors, as speakers, as chief whips, etc. And because we are a platform, peace platform of South African women across political lines. Aftercare means now us going back, train women who have been elected. If they've been in municipalities before, we want to retrain them because we want them to now embrace new values of service. We also want them to see leadership not as prestige, but as service to the people. And this is why the third component of that work, Yabo Metoko, Bosmabatu, Prof. Lulamaya, they call it WEMP. It is spearheaded by the Gertrude Chopin Women's Mediators Network, SAWIT, and also some institutions of higher learning. And together with them, as South African women, we felt that some of the problems that we have means we need to retrain ourselves. Since 1994, we came from exile, from prisons, from streets. We never had an opportunity of debriefing amongst ourselves and saying, for heaven's sakes, it's 2021. We need to change the manner in which we do things. We need to be not only leaders, but social and political activists who understand that the price of our freedom was worth life itself. And so I thought, because you spoke about this, just to give you a bit of a welcome debriefing on what has been happening in your absence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have messages of goodwill or statements of goodwill. And again, Vero will assist in managing that process. We have a message from the South African Women in Dialogue, SAWIT. We'll receive the message from Dr. Stembile Mbete, one of the most accomplished internationalists of our time. I say this because she has developed papers, and not only developing papers, but also trying to engage us on how best we can use international relations and diplomacy as platforms for development. Dr. Stembile Mbete.
Thank you, Program Director, for that very generous welcome. It's such a pleasure to be here and to be speaking at this auspicious occasion, this wonderful launch of the Aulen Network branch in South Africa on behalf of the South African Women in Dialogue. I would like to greet you all protocol observed. Thank you so much for giving me this platform as a relatively young woman. Over the past 18 years, SAWIT has been actively involved in representing the voice of South African women on decision-making platforms to enable us as women to influence the decisions that impact our lives in all spheres of society. And certainly the time has come for women to take the lead in African governance and development. Africa, as the continent of Africa, is the future of the world. We are the youngest continent with a median age of 19 years old, and the majority of the people that occupy this continent are women. So young African women are the future of the world. Yet despite having such a young population, the average age of African presidents is 62. Women only contributed 33% to the collective GDP of the continent in 2018. Yet we are nearly 51% of the population. Of course, this number of 33% doesn't include the unpaid and reproductive labor that women undertake in order to make our economies function. But certainly women's exclusion, women's economic exclusion is one of the biggest crises facing the continent and facing South Africa. So one of the tasks that Saweed would want to partner with Aulen and in the network with is on addressing this issue of women's economic exclusion, and particularly young women's economic exclusion. On the expanded definition of unemployment, the most recent numbers, women make up 48.7% of the unemployed are 48.7% of women are unemployed. That is 8 percentage points higher than of men. In the category of young people who are not in education, employment, or training, the vast majority are women, well over 50% in general. But if you look at it by gender and by race, over 83% of the young people who are not in education, employment, or training are black women, are black African women. This is a crisis that needs to be addressed and that women need to take the lead in addressing. Second point I'd like to make is around the connection then between that economic crisis and the governance crisis that we face as a country. Because so much of addressing our economic crisis cannot be done unless we have the right people governing us. And what we saw in the local government elections was that only 12 million South Africans participated in this election out of the 26 million that are registered to vote. People don't feel invested in the system. And it seems clear that the majority of those people who did not vote are young people who did not feel that their vote would make a difference. And certainly we see at local government level, at ward level elections, that it is immensely difficult for women to participate as candidates at ward level, even when they are participating within political parties. And there is a lot of pushback to women's political participation at local level. So we need to fight for women's inclusion at the political level as well, for women's political inclusion in a genuine way at local level. And we need to fight for women's participation economically at local level, and we need to fight for the education of underprivileged communities, both about the systems that govern them, but also with the skills that are necessary to have genuine economic inclusion. The local government level is something I'm passionate about because local governments are responsible for libraries and recreation centers. And we see across the country libraries standing empty. In Lihaye, which is an informal settlement next to Lenasia near Soweto, there is a full-spec recreation center library with sports fields that's been lying empty since 2018. Similar, and that's in a township in the west of Johannesburg, in the northern suburbs of Johannesburg, but an area that is border with the inner city in Norwood, Patterson Park, that library recreation center has been lying empty since 2019. And it is women that bear the brunt of youth drug use, youth violence, where young people don't have other places to go. So we as Saweed look forward to partnering with the Aulen Network to address all of these aspects of South African society and to build a country, to build a society that promotes the inclusion of women, that is conducive to the safety of women, because it is only when women are seen as equal participants in the society, the economy, and the politics of our countries that Africa will be able to prosper in the way that it so clearly has all the potential to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbete. Our next message of goodwill is from the Zanele Mbeki Development Trust, and the CEO of the trust will be speaking on behalf of the trust, Ms. Naledi Maite. Now, Maite, I had to say this. One of the things that every time I think about you, I see is what mentorship means. Because I remember when you started working with Mem Becky, you were practically a child. And I have observed you over the years being Mem Becky herself, the manner of speaking, the logic in your argument just represents Mem Becky. Now, former ED says, if we cannot mentor others, then we have a problem. I think we should look at the model of Mem Becky's mentorship because it's meaningful. It's not just having a person once a year in your office and having chat with her and all that. It's about multiplying yourself through that person, but above all, making that person to be better than you. Because when we mentor people, we don't mentor them to be us. We want them to be a step further than where we're able to arrive at. Now, I challenge you as you speak. We've invited She Leads Africa. It's a group of SRC presidents, deputy presidents, and former president and deputy presidents. We invited them here because we want us to use Owlin as a platform of mentorship as well. We want you to also plow back in the other young women who now see you as this model that represents what mentorship is all about. Over to you, my sister.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Chair, for that very sort of glowing introduction. It's so wonderful to be present here today and also to see everyone in the flesh and not on a tiny screen, but also a very good afternoon to the Excellencies, but also to everybody who's joining us virtually. The Zanele Mbeki Development Trust wishes to extend its congratulations to the African Women's Leaders Network on the launch of this 26th chapter, and also to everyone who has really worked hard in making us, gather here today. The 6 pillars underpinning this initiative are really the kinds of required steps that give greater focus towards the attainment of our collective dream of building a fair, peaceful, and prosperous Africa for all its people. The ZMDT is an organization which is dedicated to advancing and improving the lives of African women. And such, we are always so encouraged by the continuous growth of the African women's movement through new and innovative initiatives like Orlin. Last week, we had the pleasure of participating in the Orlin Third Forum. And it was so inspiring to see sisters, from the continent over, leveraging their positions of leadership and influence and using the gains really that we've worked so hard to achieve in really trying to fast track the continent's transformation, but also unite us behind a common goal. It was almost like witnessing a Davos, but this time instead of global leaders and global business leaders, it was really almost, the players this time were African women, coming together and engaging in a marketplace of ideas and also creating potential links of collaboration. As South African women, one of the things that we've often lamented about is sort of the insufficient links and connections we have and networks with other women from the rest of the continent. We trust that this South African chapter of Orlin will really go a long way in bridging that gap. Cross-border collaborations, but also meaningful initiatives of solidarity are the kinds of values that should underpin networks such as this one. We have learned, I think, through the work that we do at ZMDT, but also the work that many organizations here present, is that we've learned that African women are not homogenous, and that we should always heed the call of not leaving everyone behind. The villages and the peri-urban communities of our country, and also continent, are abuzz with change makers, leaders, women, young and old, varying sexual orientations, education levels and faiths, women who are hands-on and work day in and day out for the communities and for our country. At ZMDT, our heartfelt dream is that this network be the convergent point and a home for all types of women leaders, and that it elevates all voices. Chair, as you sort of alluded to earlier on, is that, inclusivity is really the fundamental principle of feminism or of feminist practice. And we definitely hope that this really will be sort of one of the most underlying foundations of this chapter. In closing, we'd sort of like to say that as the South African chapter of Orlin, as you begin this chapter, let us all really collectively start thinking very seriously and coming up with strategies that will sustain the work of our networks in the long run. The work that lies ahead of us is vast and it's complex. Besides ensuring that we have strong secretariats and sort of adequate human personnel that run these networks, resource mobilization and also the continuous flow of financial resources is so essential to us attaining our dreams. And that, sort of lack of resources along the way is one of the leading factors that leads to the loss of traction of our goodwill and also of our work. Congratulations once again. As ZMDT, we really look forward to collaborations, and as Chair, what the challenge that you put at the end of your introduction is that really we stand ready to lend a hand in giving impetus to this initiative, not only here in South Africa, but I think to the Orlin network on the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Naledi. Our next message is a recorded message from the President of the South African United Business Council, Mr. George Sibulela. If we can have the recording from the technicians.
I would like to congratulate the African Women Leadership Network for the launch of the South African chapter. We are very excited to support you in this initiative. Women are in the center of the economy and mastering leadership. We would like to give you more support as and when it is required. It is important for the global network to begin to recognize the importance that women play in business, in politics, and many other roles that are societal roles that are very key in ensuring that the economy of countries, the development of the countries is successful. I wish you good luck and all the best very much.
We thank the President of the South African United Business Council for the message. We have come to the end of this session, and actually, this very session is the one that has marked the launch of the Africa Women's Leadership Network in South Africa. The two next sessions are going to focus on collaborations, are going to focus on how we locate this work within generation equality as an example. They will also focus on the nuts and bolts of operationalizing the OWL in South Africa chapter. Now I ask that as we go for a brief moment with ourselves and drinking tea, we reflect on the rich inputs that we received this morning. I also ask that when we come to the last part of the program, that all of us are ready to contribute on how we can shape OWL moving forward, with an understanding, of course, that today it is the same as us cutting the ribbon. And it is nice. We don't have obligations for or anything. But beyond today, we need to prepare actively for the inaugural conference of OWL. By the end of the day, as will be announced after the break, we expect that we'll have an interim steering committee of OWL as part of our governance structure as OWL moving forward. There's a formula that we will propose later on that is inclusive, that takes into account issues of intersectionality, but overall that will assist us to unite South African women behind this very important vehicle for gender equality and women's empowerment. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may now have your long-awaited tea. I have been informed that we should be back by 12:10. So I ask that as women, as people who discipline kids, but with love, let us discipline ourselves with love by being here back on time. Thank you. Don't you want to take care of they will not know where to go, our dignitary.
Charlotte.
Ma, when I know you will come back later.
Yeah.
But I want to just
Lebu. There she is. She'll tell you. Yeah, please. You can leave it. Good afternoon, beautiful ladies. Whilst people are sitting down, let's quickly check who's here. Is Ireland here? Let's see the hands. I just don't want to see the hand, I just want to hear, we are here. Okay, Ireland here? Great, Germany here? I see some nice Germans around here, okay? Soweto, is Soweto here? Oh, great. Tanzania, is in Tanzania? Okay, I was trying to kind of bring people in to join the table because this session is going to be super fast. So that Hazel, Doc, we want on the table because we need to make sure that we manage our time, particularly for the last session, which is the most critical one as well. May I kindly get somebody at the door to assist us and bring the people in? Thank you very much. Some of you would have seen my name at 3 a.m. Scrolling into your screens. My name is Lula Mama Kubela. I wear a couple of hats, but the one hat that I need to share with you is that is the hat that's so close to my heart. And that hat is bringing all of you here, right? Being requested by the people to lead the team that has brought all of you here. Okay? We have a think tank, and I chair that think tank. We had to think through when, how, and I'm happy and glad that we are all here. Okay? We are going to frame this session using the appreciative inquiry. You'll forgive me, I'm an academic, I can't take that hat off, okay? I'm bringing that approach of appreciative inquiry because if you listened very carefully in this morning session, what cuts through that is appreciating us as women of what we have. In the likes of a dear doc that I call her, please don't go there, but I call her Dr. P, right? And we're talking of our one and only Dr. Pumzile Mlambo Ngcuka. If you listen to the inputs that we received virtually, it's literally appreciating ourselves in terms of who we are as women, first and foremost, but appreciating our country, appreciating our continent, appreciating the very world we live in. And that is the reason we're locating this discussion using the appreciative inquiry. By definition, appreciative inquiry, my sisters, is simply a strength-based, positive approach to leadership development and organizational change. It can be used by individuals, me and you. It can be used by teams, by organizations, at a societal level, by industries, but also when you intentionally want to build feminist, I'll repeat, underline, bold, red, feminist leadership movement. Okay? And in each case,
case, when you apply appreciative inquiry, it helps people move forward with a shared vision to the future by engaging others in strategic innovation. That is what appreciative inquiry is all about. And it sort of shifts and gives direction in which our lean as a continent and our chapter, being part of that, to say we are very clear in how we are going to co-create, how we are going to talk with one voice, how we are going to mobilize resources in order to do what? To fulfill the very mandate that, if you listen very carefully, that Dr. P shared, and the vision that she shared with us this morning. So that's how we're going to frame it. Those that know me, I can take the whole session talking, but I don't want to go there. So the appreciative inquiry, it asks you a question: what is good about you? And that challenge that Dr. P gave us is that if you look around you, who is that person, whether young or old, you can bring along, okay, and deliver the mandate of our lean. So that's how we phrase it. Without much ado, I'm going to pinch you, my sisters, and I'm notorious for that, okay? If you exceed 5 minutes, right? I'll be generous to those that are probably more senior than me, but the younger ones, I'm gonna pitch you. Okay, so we'll start our session, and you'll notice that it is contextualized within locating our lean within the context of Generation Equality Forum, GEF. I won't go into that because that is exactly why we have our sister Maba to talk about, okay? But we then move to a young woman within the context of civil society. That's Kitumesi, to give a perspective what that means within that movement. And then we will, our dear sister, beloved sister, that I met for the first time in the cyberspace, and that I love dearly, my fellow dog. Okay, so once you have a dog in the room, you check your spelling. Okay, so that's Dr. Hazel Gooding. And then we will have messages of solidarity. It's a pity that one of our sister countries, Zim, could not come through because of logistics. However, we have Lesotho, we have Namibia that will share. And we're going there simply because, as South Africans, we need to understand that those that have walked before us, okay? If you understand knowledge management, you do not reinvent the wheel. You learn from others. Okay, so we're going to learn from them very briefly. I mean, the story is beautiful, but it had to be sort of truncated because of time. And then we have in our midst, where's Rita, I saw you. Would you be kind enough? There's a chair for you. Join the table. There's a table that you need to take. Okay? And that comes from a very, very important movement that has been happening in the country called G4G. G4G stands for Girls for Girls, right? The one G, it speaks of the likes of Kitumesi. Who's under 35 here? Let's see the hands. Oh, okay, you are well represented, okay? Sure, right? So the other G speaks of those that are over 35, okay? And let alone those that are over 70s. And I can see some of you, I can see your smile that you belong there. Okay, so that's what that, Rita, would you take, thank you very much. So that's that movement. So we will then close the session by bringing Nomso Faith Kana, who will briefly tell us about building the next generation of women leaders. Arlene, from a youth caucus experience, okay? And once again, my dear beloved sisters, do me one big favor. Where's Vero? She's sitting around here. She has a yellow card and a red card. And I do hope you don't want to get a penalty. No? And remember that this session is standing between us and what? And lunch. Yes. Having said that, we are taking off. Everybody has buckled up. I'm not going to come in up till you finish your story. Unless there's a crisis, I'll come. I want it to flow. And you know, according to the program, you have the program. If you don't, remember, we start with Madam Mahoshi, sorry, Mabatu Ramahoshi. Then we come to Kitumesi. Then we come with Madam Doc, right? Right? And then Lesotho, Namibia, G4G, and then, yeah. So for me, Captain on board, I will see you when we land. Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Let me also stand on the protocols of the previous session, but also just to highlight Mayor Phumzile Mngcuka. You know, when you said when only Mayor Benita were competing, you don't understand the pressure that Anne was giving Charlotte and I. ED says, when are you launching in my country? So every time when you go to meetings, guys, in the evening to say, but guys, it is coming back. Can we make sure that before she comes back, our link is launched? So we're glad that we launched while you are here, that you are celebrating with us at the launch. Now, when Anne was busy telling us when are we launching, with South Africa in terms of GF, now we've got GF South Africa, GIFSA. We looked at the different action coalitions, and the action coalition that we gave the responsibility to organize our lean was the feminist movement and leadership, because other action coalitions had other things that they were doing. And we said to them, besides the activations, because we also had activations of the different action coalitions, COVID made us not have the JEFSA that we wanted, because the plans was that we were going to have JEFSA launched from local government to national. However, with COVID, we couldn't, and as a result, we ended up excluding the majority of South Africans who could not join us online. Others wanted to be given airtime. I mean, there has been a lot of logistical nightmare. However, we had a very vibrant JEFSA. We didn't only focus on EJR because the president raised a hand for EJR. We knew that after Paris, we still have to implement all 6+1, the compact. So we formed the different action coalitions, and each action coalition, they've got two co-conveners, and we really started making noise around the issues that are coming from the different action coalitions. Now, we still are going to go back. Now that we've got the 14 commitments that the president has made, and we have been waiting to the finalization of the acceleration plan and the accountability framework to have a national workshop supported by UN Women, where we're bringing all actors on board to craft the 5-year strategy for South Africa, with clear annual indicators that will make us account, so that we don't get shocked by 2026 we have not moved the needle. So we said we're going to have annual reporting, and even at the global multi-stakeholder meeting that we had even last week, the issue of annual reporting came out even stronger, to say if we don't report annually, we will be doing things as usual. So I'm standing here as part of a member of the Global Steering Committee, but as an activist, as a feminist in my own right. And I think what I want to bring on board is that when we take leaving no one behind, It means leaving no one behind. And sometimes the isms separate us. I worked in rural villages. Once you need to be able to read the environment you are in. If you want to bring women in the rural areas on board, listen to where they're coming from. All of them are leaders at their own right. They might not have known these isms that we're talking about. So at that platform, because you want them who are leaders, whether in the agriculture, whether leaders, even in the water sector, women that go to the river, there is some structure and leadership there. Now, if you come and say, I'm standing here as a feminist, but how is that going to change my situation where I am? I've got no water, I've got no electricity, I've got no housing. So as we start with GF in the provinces, we have engaged the premier's offices. We are now going to engage the new municipalities. We're talking even with Deputy Minister Pinky Kekan, that let's bring all women mayors, irrespective of where they're coming from, because we are not here as political parties. We are here for the women agenda. Because we are where we are, and I like what was said, that we are where we are because we worked in silos. You wore EFF, you wore ANC, you wore COPE, while there was a mess in our environment. That there are communities that have been jumping sewage for 5 years. And we have seen them, but women have not spoken up. Now, in this new 4 years, our lean must be that conscience. That will make sure that there is no woman and children who could not even go to sleep because, I mean, you ask yourself, how do people survive for 4 days without water? And because there is no voice, it becomes a problem. Now, are you going to unite around the pillars that have been raised? And we have our pillars of GF and the pillars of our lean, and they talk to each other. So we are going to unite according to the pillars. Even when we speak, because we have to bring all departments, we have to bring business on board and organize around those pillars and unite in intervening in an area where we have to bring those that have big purses. Let's do that. And with those big purses, let's identify a place that we can look back and say, because of our lean, in that community, things have changed. So for me, I'm seeing our lean as an opportunity that will change the trajectory in terms of women's empowerment and gender equality. 2026 cannot come and go with us as members of our lean and not have made any impact. You are going to rattle some skeletons. You are going to rattle some skeletons. You are going to be called names, like in South Africa they say, if you're a feminist, you can't say, it's a swear word. But it's a swear word with those that think they know. But in communities, we have to take them along and make a difference. So what must unite us is us being sisters, so that together we know that I can fall back because my sister has my back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next to you, I'm informed we have lost one engine there on board. So there's only one engine left. So you better make sure we land on time.
Thank you. Amandla. Amandla. Yo, we really don't have Amandla, hey? Amandla! 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 Forward with women's leadership, forward! Forward with feminist movements, forward! I'm not convinced, but we will proceed. Good day, good afternoon. My name is Kitumeti Fatima Tamotlwati. I would like to stand on all existing protocols. I am the chairperson and founder of a social feminist movement called Black Women Caucus, a broad-based movement that advocates for thorough interventions against gender-based violence in all its manifestations. Over the past 4 years, we've been able to grow from a university-based organization and turn into a national movement with both a continental and global reach. So we're doing the work. In the same breath, I stand here in my capacity as the co-convener of the Action Coalition on Feminist Movements and Leadership here in South Africa. I want to jumpstart this conversation by saying we need these movements. Feminist movements continue to be the breeding ground of the next generation of innovative and transformative leaders. I myself stand here also as a fallist, as a product of the Fees Must Fall movement, as somebody who actively advocated for the decommodification and decolonial project of higher education. It is through the student movements that we've been able to see a different, dynamic, educative, transformative kind of leadership emerging. We've also been able to see that through the feminist movements and student movements, we've been able to deliver the likes of Naledi Chirwa, Nompendulo Mkachwa, and Fasia Hassan, amongst many women, into parliament. Feminist movements are at the heart of our solutions, right? But I think what's even more important is that we understand the role of feminist movements in driving women's effective participation in decision-making and public life. It is through feminist movements that we've been able to galvanize and now sit with a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide. If that is not women's active participation, I don't know what is, right? It is also through feminist movements and leadership that we've seen the first historic march to the Johannesburg Stock Exchange demanding greater participation from private sector that has now led to the establishment of the GBV Response One Fund. This is all through feminist movements. Feminist movements also provide a space for young women to actively participate in decision making. We're able to come up with different concepts of what governance looks like. And I strongly believe that the Aulen Network is going to be an incubator for more feminist movements. Feminist movements that are going to stand and speak, as Dr. Pumzila said, on the issue of land and land redistribution in South Africa, fighting for a feminist analysis and perspective to that discourse. It is through feminist movements and leadership that we're going to see tangible and sustainable solutions to addressing a huge crisis we have in the economy, an economy that continues to serve an elite minority. Feminist movements quite frankly sound like the cure to everything at this point in time. It is through also the generation equality that we've also been able to witness the power of localizing global conversations. As Black Women Caucus, since some of the bold commitments made at the Paris Forum in June, have committed ourselves to taking those very pertinent conversations into communities to ensure that communities are not only recipients of some of these global commitments, but are active members in ensuring the realization of these commitments. We believe that Aulen's transformative agenda is not going to be one that is only located in institutions, but is also going to push for the establishment of alternative institutions rooted in community development and engagement. We also believe that it is through formations such as Aulen that we'll be able to extend the level of solidarity to the young women in Sudan, to the young women in Ethiopia, to the young women in Eswatini that continue to mobilize for pro-democracy regime shifts in their country. It is through young feminist movements and leadership that we're going to be able to see the full and effective implementation of, number one, the National Development Plan for 2030 in South Africa, but also touching on some of the global commitments under the Sustainable Development Goals. I think because age is not always on my side, and I think at this point in time, I've gotten the indication from our co-convener, but on behalf of Black Women Caucus, on behalf of young women who are interested in making institutional change, on behalf of the young women who might never see institutions of higher learning but continue to organize in their communities, on behalf of the Black girls in rural areas that want to be scientists but do not have access to textbooks, Aulen, you have a mandate to achieve, to ensure that inclusive development becomes our portion. We are tired of reading about what an inclusive economy and developmental state will look like. We are ready to live it. Thank you.
You've been warned. Dr. P actually said that you are fearless. I mean, you know, yes, we are at turbulence level, but still we'll get there. We'll get there. Over to you, Doc. Thank you.
Greetings everyone, Honorable Program Director, fellow Doc. I stand on the already established protocols, but before I start, I want to specially acknowledge our former UN Women's former Executive Director, Dr. Phumzile. It is a humbling experience for me, having served under the leadership of Dr. Phumzile during her 8-year tenure with the United Nations in New York. I'm sure she wouldn't be able yet to describe to you the feeling that she has to see her dream being realized here, being the visionary and co-convener of Aulen here in South Africa. I know, Dr. Phumzile, you said you were wondering if you will feel, embarrassed that South Africa hasn't yet launched Aulen, but I know you have been patient with us, and that in your heart of hearts, you know it would happen. And probably we deliberately did this. We waited until you came back home. As the Deputy Representative of UN Women South Africa Multi-Country Office and currently the representative ad interim, I'm delighted to be part of this auspicious occasion, and not only auspicious, but historic occasion. And I bring you greetings from our resident coordinator, Dr. Nardos Bikele Thomas, who was unable to join us today. In my capacity, I get to bring us back a bit to the legislative mandates, the global legislative mandates upon which Aulen and the Generation Equality Forum are anchored. And these are not elements that are not known to us, but we thought, as we seek to locate Aulen within the context of GF, it is worth noting and recalling. So let's start with Aulen to begin with. Aulen seeks to enhance the leadership of African women in the transformation of the continent, in line with the Africa Agenda 2063 and the Global Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. We know that the network further aims to accelerate the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 and serves as a continental platform to galvanize women's leadership towards what? Lasting peace and sustainable development, the promotion of gender equality and women's empowerment in all sectors and at all levels, and building on and working with existing women's networks. We know that the network is being operationalized through the Office of the AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, UN Women, and also with the support of the governments of Ireland and Germany. Since its inception in 2017, some of us here and those listening online have been part of this in person when AULIN was established as a unique continental movement building on women's leadership, participation, and advocacy, and advancing efforts to transform Africa into a peaceful, inclusive, and prosperous continent. We know that AULIN has so far carried out several major activities and are based on the network's 6 thematic pillars, which I'm sure all of you by now know by heart. And through the national chapters, AULIN promotes the development of a movement grounded in local and national initiatives to mobilize women in leadership from all sectors of the society. We've heard that South Africa is the 26th national chapter. Do we know who the other 25 are? Let's name them to acknowledge them here today. They are Benin, Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Côte d'Ivoire, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Gabon, Kenya, Liberia, Madagascar, Malawi, Mali, Morocco, Mozambique, Niger, Namibia, Nigeria, the Republic of Congo, Sao Tome, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, Tunisia, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. Let's move to the Generation Equality Forum, another visionary of our Dr. Phumzile. When following the Beijing Platform for Action, and looking back at where we came from, building on that energy of those women that really raised their voices, that led towards the creation and the adoption of the Beijing Platform for Action, we realized that not one country in the entire world can stand up today and say that they've achieved gender equality. Dr. Phumzile felt that it was time for us to speak to each other. For those who walked the talk and talk the walk, with those who are leading the way now into our future generations. There was need for us to change from rhetoric into action. And we know that through the co-creation of diverse and inclusive consultations, the forum brought together feminist advocates from across the globe. And that this movement that we saw that culminated in the forum hosted by the governments of Mexico and France, that at the heart of this, we want to see our youth, not in a hierarchical setting, but rather as equal partners in this movement. These innovative global partnerships established with governments, civil society, international organizations, and the private sector are designed to catalyze collective action and to drive greater public and private investment and deliver results. That's what we want to see. Hardcore results that we can speak to that truly make a difference for women and girls across the continent. Enough rhetoric. We want, keyword here being acceleration to achieve those goals that we all want to see. There's an opportunity for us to work in the framework of generation equality using an intersectional approach, truly leaving no one behind. And there again, this is not just jargon, but we really want to make sure that when we move forward with AULIN, that whatever strategies we put in place, we want to make sure that there's no woman and no girl that is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say that together, AULIN and GEF seek to bring together the kind of the voices that really, and I'll use an example here of where, when we say that we want all voices heard, it means that those who sit within those capacities of representation, that woman or girl who sits somewhere in a region, in the region, probably in a minute, what we would call a minute rural area, that representative actually is speaking her words, that she sees herself through that person. So let's be careful when we say we represent, that we're not representing ourselves, but actually those whose voices need to be heard. Let us aim to deliver those concrete results that we want to see in an accelerated way. Those actions, and this is a reminder here, need to be costed. If they're not costed, they will not be acknowledged. Let us put a cost to it. We know already the cost of gender inequality. Let's make sure that those actions that we want to see accelerated are documented and costed. I want to close here, Madam Chairperson, if you allow me, by saying that we are building here on a solid foundation. I've heard that several other countries are seeking to follow in South Africa's footsteps to launch their own respective national chapters. Let them be the ones to come to us to ask us about our experience. Let us be the ones to be emulated. Congratulations, and thank you again for this opportunity to be part of this occasion. And I look forward to all the exciting initiatives coming out of Owling, South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Doc, thank you so much. You know, down memory lane, I used to be in my other life, okay. I used to take our students to task and ask them just simple basic questions. And I see my students here today, and I'm going to pick one or two of you and ask this one that has been showing red cards a simple question. Do you know how many countries we have in Africa? How many? Yeah, where now? You. No, don't look back. You know, we sometimes we laugh about it, and you know, but it is my concern as a South African sometimes to realize how oblivious and how, you know, I don't want to use that word, but how we don't know our continent, right? If I may ask another one, let me check who's the next culprit. Do you know how many women presidents in our continent? How many we have had? I won't go there, you know the answer. Okay. Can I? Don't Google. Okay, but this is a classic, it's a classic example I'm bringing to us here, because when you do not know the problem, you cannot give solutions to the problem. And that's a homework for all of us. I'll meet you in the evening. I want answers. Okay, let's bring then our sister countries. We'll start with, I see my beautiful sister is standing there queuing. That's her beautiful sister Bohang from Lesotho. Okay, over to you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Bohandendla Pasumane. I'm the president of the Lesotho chapter of Owling. It's quite an honor for me to be part of this launch, although I would have loved to be there physically. For the sake of time, please allow me to say all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Our chapter was launched on the 8th of December 2020. This launch came after a 2-day multi-sectoral seminar that was supported by WILSA, FIDA, UNDP, and UN Women. And after the seminar, a core committee was elected under the 6 thematic areas of Owling, which are political participation, young women leadership, financial inclusion, empowerment of rural women, peace and security, and social mobilization. But for our chapter, we decided to include the thematic area of media because we have realized that the media is very good when it comes to advocacy, let alone making people discuss things. You know, if you're seated there, like now I'm sitting like this, you don't see my shoes, but a media guy would just come and zoom into my shoes, and then there will be a debate on my shoes, the way they look, what I should have worn, such things. So we decided, let us bring them along, so that when we are talking about an issue that talks of women, they can make an impact by making sure that people talk about it. And then the work that we are supposed to be doing has not been that easy because of the pandemic. We know that at the beginning of the year, Lesotho had to go under a complete lockdown, and it was not easy for us to do any work, and we were just so scared of the pandemic. However, we have managed to hold a 2-day seminar which was entitled Women's Peace and Security Reforms. This was done with the representatives of women in the National Reforms Authority. Our country is undergoing the national reforms now, and they have the thematic area of women empowerment, and also that one of peace and security. So we had called them together so that we can identify areas of collaboration and how we can work together towards the advocacy that we are dealing with. We want to have the Lesotho that Basotho women want, and it is only if we work together as women that we can be able to achieve that. We also held a visual meeting beginning sometime, I think it was in June, July, where we were talking about women, peace and security commitments in Lesotho. This was done in an effort to see mainly how we can work together, and this was for women who were from different sectors and different walks of life. I am personally excited that South Africa is launching its chapter today, because this means that now I have a neighbor who I can knock onto their door when I have problems or I need to have a bigger voice, because together we can become stronger. You know that if you have your neighbor and they have salt and you don't have it, then you have salt. And with these few words, I would like to say, well done South Africa for this initiative. The Southern region is now going to be stronger, pushing issues of women empowerment together. I believe that going forward, we are going to work so well, and I look forward to the peaceful and the usual good relations that we have. I would like to say now, long live our land Lesotho, long live our land South Africa, long live our land generally. And with this, I would like to thank you, moderator, thank you all ladies who are present, thank you gentlemen, thank you everybody, thank you.
Thank you, our dear sister. So one lesson that we have learned from Lesotho is they keep time. That was done under 5 minutes. So, can we get Namibia? Thank you.
I'm Charlotte from Namibia. A heartfelt hello from everyone from us. It is an absolute pleasure and an honor to share in this experience of this wonderful historic moment as we celebrate the South African chapter launch. But we also welcome South Africa to the African Women's Leadership Network platform in general. I am the president of the Namibian African Women's Leadership Network chapter. And I am joined by Ms. Joyce Menes-Cole, my deputy chair and right-wing support, Ms. Mildred Yankees, and Ms. Elizabeth Kakuro. We in Namibia started coming together early of 2019. And it took quite a few meetings to establish a committee and thereafter have nominations and election of a president, a deputy chair, and a secretary. After that elections, we were asked to look at our concept note and to develop a concept note that would speak to Namibia and its requirements, but also its needs in respect to the 6 pillars that was identified, but also make it historically correct in respect to where the women's movement were going, and also look at the trends that we are seeing both in Namibia but also globally that would enhance women's empowerment. We also during that time, or rather through the course of 2020, because we didn't have a lot to do because we were working from home, identified and appointed a patron for the chapter. In this particular case, we appointed Advocate Ben's governess. The reason for that appointment was because she came with a wealth of experience, but also background in respect to what was important for her in respect to women's development and women's movement, but also in respect to healthcare. And we had decided that in order to enhance the chapter, we would get Advocate Beans Governors to assist us in that regard. Also during that period, we had identified key community stakeholders. And when I say stakeholders, we're of course talking about government, civil society, and other non-profit organizations. And we literally put all of that into a database so that we had a easily accessible base for information in respect to who we will be working with and whose support we would require during the establishment of AWLN. During 2020, we also tried to engage with all government, all civil societies and non-profit organizations, not only to introduce the chapter, but also to strategize in respect to how we can work together towards a common goal without duplicating or inhibiting the strides that has already been made in our ever-expanding women empowerment at the end of the day. My apologies, next slide, please. So what we've learned through the course of all of this is that you need a strong support system, not only for the chapter, but also for the president and for the deputy chair. And these 6 pillars that was created, each of them had a subcommittee that would lend itself to go into the community and would get information at grassroots levels so that we can, as most of these representatives have said, have a proper representative representing their cause. What we've learned through the past 18 months or so is that, yes, the media has come to play a very important role, but unlike the previous chapter in Lesotho, we did not invite them in to sit down with us, but rather use them as a tool that will have or rather help people keep in touch, but also provide us with a platform where we can speak to or get into contact with the vulnerable women and children at these much needed grassroots level. we have also realized that we need a collective and a driven action base that would see immediate results and that can be felt immediately for these groups that we have identified during COVID. Another challenge that, or lesson that we have learned, was that because of COVID and the restrictions and the online presence, we had to navigate and really make a proactive effort to build and maintain contact with most of our major stakeholders, and it hasn't been easy. It has been extremely challenging for most of us. But being proactive and knowing who these stakeholders are and who the direct contacts are, so that you can create a continuous platform of discussion on legislative changes and trends in women's movement, really provides a backdrop and a soundboard where the chapter can target and move towards to get immediate results. Next slide, please. So, in our concluding remarks, I have always maintained that we have the opportunity to impact lives, and we are living in an era that we see changes being affected and driven very fast in some ways, but rather we should also think about not just women but men alike. And I always refer to the proverbial butterfly effect, where what we've seen in respect to what was proposed in 2007 and what we're seeing now, and with the launch of every chapter in Africa, all of that decisions that was taken then, the idea of what this can achieve, is still reverberating throughout each chapter that we launch. And we will see the impact of that, not just today, but in the future, with all of our leadership and all of our females coming through in all of these positions that we are trying to work for. And most changes come into effect because, yes, it is driven by women and by women's causes. It is because we know what the power and the change that we can affect bring. And by acknowledging this diversity, we are acknowledging that there is truly strength in our diversity and that we can contribute meaningful through our presence and the presence of this chapter through the continent. So a heartfelt congratulations to the launch of the South African chapter. We are extremely proud of you, and we wish you all the best and all the best for the leadership in South Africa. Thank you very much. All the best of luck.
act on the leadership. I worry because I think coming from my generation, a lot of skills were given to us for ourselves. What we are saying at Girls for Girls is that it is for you to start the journey for other women. Yeah. So when we talk about being a leader, it is not you there, Rita, country leader of G4G. You're there to pave the way and pull your sisters along the journey. We break myths and we address things like the imposter syndrome. How many of you have sat in that boardroom and asked, am I worthy? For the young girl, and we keep on saying it, we talk about the young girl in the rural area and that type of, they ask. They get to university level, and we've worked with young women at University of Johannesburg, University of Pretoria, and when the first time they stand up, they say, I'm from a rural village in Limpopo. Why? Why do you feel, that you can't stand in this forum and present yourself? So we do that. It is not just talk that we do. We focus on skills, and we encourage and empower the girls and give them that comfortable environment whereby they're able to express themselves. One of the key things we address under courageous leadership is knowing how to build your village. What Professor Lulama is bringing us here to do. The third module is about the art of communication, how to speak clearly, how to be persuasive, and how to be inspirational. Because the messages that we are communicating, we need to buy people over, which leads into the fourth module, negotiating for self and others. Okay, so once again, that generosity of spirit. We are not just talking about being able to negotiate for your job and your salary rise. No, when you're sitting in that boardroom, you're not just negotiating for yourself, you must be negotiating for the sisters and pulling them up. The fifth module is called running for public office. Yes. Now, that a lot of people have criticized us and said very American, but we need to start getting comfortable, because if we want to make a change, we have to feel comfortable entering the political space and saying we are going to change policy, we will change the women agenda. Good girls are told you don't talk about yourself, isn't it? How many of you have been told you wait for someone else to talk about you? We've been taught you keep quiet, someone else will celebrate you. The guys do not do that. We have to learn how to say, Prof, this is who I think you are, I celebrate you. You also have to be able to be comfortable in yourself and say, this is what I am capable of doing. So running for public office, I think, is one of those areas, and I see it we're in over 20 countries, Girls for Girls, but I see that in Africa, it's the module a lot of people are uncomfortable with, and I think it's because culturally, we have been told women don't stand up and say, look at what I'm capable of doing. And when we talk about taking interventions down to regional level, to community level, we need to be able to speak up that way. The last module is on ethics and values. My sisters, you will agree with me, that is sorely needed. And I'm not criticizing this country of ours alone. I am talking about globally. I work in public health, like I've said. Think about the way vaccines have been handled. And that's ethics and values. So when we end, a lot of people say, why don't you start off with that? We're like, no, we want to end off with a bang. And in everything you do, when you're building trusting relationships, when you are being a courageous leader, when you are communicating and negotiating, and when you're running for office, what is your value system? And it is to teach the young women to not be afraid and to define what you stand for and to allow that to follow you in every aspect of your life, whether it's at home, as a daughter, as a wife, whether it's with your family, whether it's in your community, whether it's at work, whether it's in forums such as this. What is your value system? How to identify moral dilemmas. We give practical frameworks how to get out of that moral dilemma, but to recognize those moral dilemmas will always be there. Even here, as we're talking about, taking ourselves forward, what may we be forced to give up in order to secure some resources? Yeah, we need to be aware of that, and that's what we say to the young girls. So my apologies, I know I've taken a little bit of time, but this is what my challenge to you is. We have committed at a global level that Girls for Girls will reach 1 million girls by 2025. In South Africa, we have stepped up. We are saying 100,000 girls by 2025. The model that we use is simple. We've got the Harvard curated videos by some of the most eminent professors covering the 6 modules. We do not charge for it. All we ask you is, do you have a group? I was already speaking to a young sister over there who was telling me she comes from a GBV, civil society organizations. We will train you, we will give you the materials, we will give you the videos, and all we ask is give us back accountability. We have an alumni, it is a movement. So I stand here, we have short of 400 girls. COVID set us off. We started off in 2019. We've been in University of Johannesburg. That's where we started. University of Pretoria has contributed the biggest number of people. We have high schoolers. We have been in the townships. We're just launching a cohort in Alexandria. We've been in Soweto. We have held a cohort that had girls from universities in Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa. We are African and we're cognizant of it. I will leave my details behind, and I will say to you, when Alwyn starts off, I see Alwyn now like the mother body. And the rest of us who are on the ground struggling to reach our sisters, here is an opportunity. So we are bringing something tangible and hoping to plug in so that by 2026, when we are saying, where are the results? That's where I started off. Where are the results? We will be able to say, here we are. Sisters, thank you very much.
Cape Town on board. I had to cross-check with my co-pilot and the other. Sorry about that. We didn't give you warning, right? Yes, we expecting a call from our sister, so we were trying to manage time because we might lose her. But I believe you can handle this up till 13:45 when she comes in. Over to you. Over to you. Thank you.
Right, I would like also to step in under the protocols that have been declared since morning. By introduction, I would like the IT team just to flag the project, the presentation I need to make. And just also fixing my height there. Good afternoon once again. My name is Nomsokana and I am an Alwyn member. Been part of it since its inception, and how I got into it, I run an NPO that pushes and also retain girls that study in rural areas into science in STEM, and I'll tell you why. I'm a nuclear scientist by trade, and standing also to in the past 3 years, I've been an advisor in the presidency in the 4IR Commission, and from there I then went into to the Premier's office in the Eastern Cape just recently in September to be an advisor now in the advancement of technology for entrepreneurship, and specifically looking into youth entrepreneurship using the digital economy. But today, I want to really speak about lessons and well as experiences being in the Young Women's Caucus since the inception in 2017 of Alwyn. In 2018, we then commenced to say to our leaders that we want to have a caucus for young women, and that Young Women's Caucus will beget a youth caucus, so that we are not in a homogeneous but rather a heterogeneous mixture where we have an inclusion of males within Alwyn, though the focus is women and kids and children rather, but we want to make sure that we have an overall look and the establishment of Africa. And I just want to share those lessons today, and I seem to be very fast. And in sharing those lessons, I will also speak about the digital assets that Alwyn, through the leaders of the co-conveners, Her Excellency Madam Diop, as well as Dr. Pumzile, on how we have built something that has been quite dominant, even from the third forum we had last week, and also from the previous speaker speaking about mentorship. But just to go to the lessons, number one of the things that I have learned is the fact that, you know, when you are in a group of women that are in leadership, and these are strong leaders, strong characters, and well-accomplished women, what is so important is to retain respect. Respect is so important that when now you start to engage to have a positive change and positive impact into our continent, one of the things that I've learned personally is that you do not compete, you collaborate. And most importantly, if you come with strong skills, you do not come there to overshine others, but you come there to bring others to the very same table that we are creating. And secondly, reciprocity is something quite important that I've seen even as the pandemic ensued and was really doing a lot of damage. So we went into the online meetings, the whole digital economy, digital assets, using everything that the internet is using. What I've seen that our elderly leaders, they have that wisdom, but they might not be acquainted with these new technologies and how young women would reciprocate and make sure that before we start a meeting, you give them a small masterclass. When you log in, you do this. When you do this, when you want to raise your hand, you do this. So this is how we have seen also within the Young Women's Caucus that it's so important that we reciprocate and we ensure that we are keeping the Alwyn family, in which South Africa has opened its chapter, to be together from the early days. And importantly, reproduction. It is so important that future female leaders are reproduced. Whenever I speak to my acquaintances, they would say, we all want to be mentored by Dr. Pumzile because she is the only deputy president we have seen, and we have not received any ever since she took up the executive director role in the UN Women. So there are a lot of women, my dear sister, that are looking into going into public office, but now the path, the importance now of reproduction of female future leaders is what I've learned also, and it comes so freely within the Alwyn orbit. And importantly, resilience. Whenever you start such institutions and also such movement, you start off sometimes with no capital and you have to use sweat capital. And this is where you build resilience. This is where you build a lot of strength to strengthen what you have started so that it precipitates into something very good in the future. And just lastly, intergenerational leadership, in which is quite dominant in Alwyn. It's almost like our second language, in which it comes also from transformational leadership, where we are able to replicate what the feminists have done previously, and also we are able to amplify that. And just moving on now, just to share, in the past years, 4 years that Alwyn has been in existence, one of the very first things that we wanted to see, obviously, are the digital assets that, number one, we speak of the Alwyn website, as well as the mentorship website. So I'm so glad there's so much commonality even here. Even in our third forum, there has been a huge call to say we want to get the mentorship started. So the Young Women's Caucus, what we did, because we are all skilled with all these technology skills and talents, we then said we're going to build a web application where we're going to build a database of everyone who's aspiring to be mentored within the Alwyn orbit. And also we're going to ensure that we move that into a mobile application. And I must tell you, Dr. Pumzile, she has a PhD in the ICT for education. So when this was mentioned, you could see the excitement that, yes, finally, what we had resoluted to do since 2017, it has come to pass. just briefly, if you can keep that website address, you then see the Alwyn website. It's still in development, so every content of every national chapter will be found in the website, and also all sorts of information that is required for anyone who wants to be part of Alwyn will be found in the website. There are also reports where you can get acquainted with what other chapters are doing, as well as you can sort of have a library also of all sorts of information from the leaders that exist within Alwyn. And then just lastly, speaking on the Alwyn mentorship, so we've built this platform to really ensure that the cross-change and also the exchange of mentorship, as well as the baton to hand it over, it happens transparently, and also it is including everyone. No longer now we'll have, elitist leadership where another nuclear scientist is choosing me because, we are all educated. This is going to be very open and will ensure that it reaches women that are within the pillars that Alwyn is looking into generating, and ensure that they are quite dominant in Africa. I mean, I've written all sorts of points there, but what's important with this platform is that, number one, is to irrigate minds. We constantly have to learn. We constantly have to apply knowledge. In order for you to understand that you have built something, it is when you have applied knowledge and you've seen tangible results. And also to continually build female future leaders. So the platform can be found on that website address. I'm happy to share it with everyone when we have our lunch. And just to take you through the registration flow, it's very simple. Few questions are there. You just choose, you pick where you want to be. And currently there is an Alwyn committee, mentorship committee, that will then evaluate and assign. And however, that task has not taken in place, as we are still building the database of everyone who is interested in it. And in speaking of the intergenerational leadership, today we have the third IGR, the intergenerational leadership. We're happening in Kenya, and Dr. Pumzile had mentioned it, that President Kenyatta is always supportive of this. And the reporting and all the discussion points I will gladly share with the South African chapter. But for next year, the Alwyn Young Women's Caucus, the Youth Caucus, will be invited to engage in these intergenerational retreats. And I'm just looking at my sisters that will all come in our numbers and really connect with our sisters in the continent. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. I really want to encourage you to really stick with Alwyn and also look at what we can produce, because the results, the decisions of today, we will see the results in the next 10 years. Thank you so much.
When we pitched Alwyn during the homecoming luncheon of dear Dr. P, Nomso was on my right, I was on her left. And those that were there will remember that, I just love the exuberance of the youth, but not forgetting the wisdom of the elders. Okay. While we're going there, I see a lot of, cross-cutting issues in all these presentations that have been given today. Because when you look at the presentation, Nomso, yours, in terms of content, I see Rita there, literally. You see, when you look at the vibrance of Kitumesi coming in there, I see now the evidence based of what a young person that has been mentored can do, okay? When I look at my sister who's nodding a little bit because of the wisdom of the elders, okay? I see that wisdom that says, we we're getting there, we're getting there. But when I look at in between dog and not being too sure whether she still falls on that side or that side, you know, I see a very exciting, quite honestly, I've never been so excited in my life. For the past 2 weeks, I tried to sleep and 3 a.m. said, no, something else has yet to happen. I wake up and then, Mas Chaba, what about this? My apologies, think tank, you know, it's just the excitement that I see. Literally, I see it right here. I'm going to request something very, if you don't mind, because you see, I don't like the classroom kind of approach, where you have students that side and you have teachers on the side. You see? So I'm going to ask some few people that have like banning, whether it's a comment, whether you just want to, remember how we started, appreciative inquiry. Now you see it's in evidence here, right? So anybody, and the gentleman at the back, whoever has something to say in between, because we had to migrate from one system to another in order to bring our sister, Madam Awa, okay? So anybody who has anything, and remember that I'm very good at picking people, so you have nothing, I'll still dig you. I see there's a beautiful kaftan here, lady, who seems to be taller than anybody else here. I can see you are pretending you don't see me, Prof. Prof, I can pick you up. Can you please not sit but stand and literally share what is it that you are feeling, why you are here and why you had to sacrifice this afternoon? Because I do know you are easily bored. You would have long left if this didn't speak to your heart. I know I'm pushing it, but can you know, we just want to hear some voices rather than, you know, people here, you know, because we may not have that opportunity. Remember, you live once. And there's COVID, remember. We live once. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Okay. No, you can sit. Sorry. I give you permission to sit.
Thank you very much. I forgot that this is Lulam, but I appreciate. First of all, I would like to really thank you for the invitation. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I was not living in South Africa. Somehow I miss this organization. So when I learned about it, I was very excited because it's something to do with my study as well as a feminist, or especially an advocate of feminism. But today, what struck me was the fact that we are all talking about being a woman. My question is, which woman? From different sectors. What do we mean by different sectors? And somebody said, from all walks of life. Because when I look at the woman that I represent, the founder and the director of Domestic Workers Empowerment League. I was a domestic worker myself at the age of 11. And people were like, now you're a professor. I said, yes, a professor, full professor, and very proud. And person who was already looking, yes. And by the way, from the dusty streets of Soweto, Deep Blue. So I know that anyone can be a professor, anyone can be anybody, whoever you want. Somebody said you are going to be what you want. Yes. So because I feel I'm not representing domestic workers. I was a domestic worker. So I'm not writing their stories. I lived the story. So when we talk about these women, we are talking about gender inequality. That's the base of the core of this agreement. Ne? The debate is gender inequality. What about class inequality? These are the people who serve middle class. By virtue of serving there, it means they are not middle class. And when I look around here, most of us are in the middle class or upper class. What do we mean by race inequality? When you look at the profile of domestic workers, you're talking about black women. I don't remember seeing a white domestic worker or Indian. Oh yeah, not in South Africa anyway. You are talking about geographic inequality. They are from, in particular, okay, my voice is, yeah, this thing is gone. All of them are mainly from the townships and are mainly from rural areas. So in other words, already I live in some suburb in the east of Pretoria. Obviously, you're not going to get a person from there as a domestic worker. Therefore, we are also talking about geographic inequality. What about the most important one? Education or literacy inequality. The ones that I know, the ones that I represent, by the way, I'm representing them for, especially with their basic conditions of employment, where, you know, it's a next generational slavery. And now with the COVID, it's even worse. There is a standing salary, which is 2.5. Sometimes when we try to help them get this employment, we are told that you can't move beyond. Even those who used to pay maybe 3,000 or 6,500 and so forth, they no longer want to pay that. They pay them 2.5. So I'm talking about those women who are not part of us. So hence I'm saying, what is your definition of women? Which women are you talking about? So as long as we don't have that voice, I checked the last time there were about 1.5 million, I think around 2017, registered domestic workers. By the way, I'm talking about a number which does not include those who are from Zimbabwe, out foreigners. They're not foreigners, they are our sisters. And those who are not registered. But if you look at the real numbers, if whoever was supposed to do their work, we'll find that there are about 5 million domestic workers. And this is a group that is neglected. And we also represent casual workers, those without anybody to represent their needs. So I would like us to go back and look at this group of women. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. It will be remiss of us not to acknowledge Nkosikazi Mhlauli, the Deputy Chairperson of the Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. I hope you're still in the room. Okay? And of course, the many sisters that are here, representing Embassy Sis Jacqueline, my favorite sister that I met on the cyberspace in 3 days, but she's now my big sister. Thank you very much. And many others. I see my sister from the Western Cape. Thank you. Dankie, man. Dankie says here, no, my Afrikaans, as you can say, but I'm really happy you are here. Thanks for coming. Sawid, you appreciate for literally bringing our sisters to the table here, okay? You'll cue me in, still not there? Still not there? Yeah, let's hear a younger male voice. There's a male here. What does this conversation, this engagement mean to you as a young man? Larry? Don't hide. Don't hide. You know I'll pick you up. Okay, sure. Thank you.
That's kind of I hoping that you weren't going to call on me, but where there's a call, there must be an answer. So I think just sitting here and reflecting, I think it's actually a beautiful proceeding that's taking place right now. I think the vulnerability that women are able to hold in these type of spaces is something that men can learn from. And I look around the room and I feel a bit aggrieved and disappointed that there's not enough male representation that's participating in this event, you know. And I can understand the dynamic that's involved in this, because I look at it similar to the race issue in Africa, where white people will generally be uncomfortable in a room full of black people where this conversation gets discussed. And similarly, male feel uncomfortable when they're in a room with strong women. They feel that they have to become defensive. They feel that they have to put on whatever facade they need to do to feel like they never did anything wrong. And really just sitting here, I just wish more men were here. Like, I don't know how else to express that. I just wish that more men were here, because the content is so rich. It's the same inequalities that we want to change in this world. It's the same issues that are everywhere. It's not new to us. It's not just a South African thing. It's not just an African thing. And really, men need to play that part. So as I sit here, I just keep on taking jewels from all the wisdom that's been led, and proud of my sisters over there that's on the panel, you know, when they get the movement going on in the room. It's just something you just want to expand wider. Like, I had to take leave just to be at this occasion, and one of the best leave days I've taken, you know. But I really just wish that dedication would disseminate and be spread, not just in the middle class and upper class, because I think what Ma was saying over there about the inequalities that just get segmented right across life. Everybody's so busy with their own issues that they don't stop just to look up and see who else have they left behind. And that's just, I think, the reflection that I'm having now at this point in time. But also, there's a sense of comfort that I get, a real sense of relief and joy that comes to my heart, because I think the struggle that's always been a woman's struggle, well, actually a global struggle, I think we're at this tipping point where things are going to change. And the reason I say that is, if you look at the dynamics, that women were always in the households looking after the kids as they were growing up. And our generation of kids have grown up, and we idolize our moms more than our fathers. And I think understanding that you have this new generation that sees the pain, sees the struggle, sees the efforts that women did to uplift and uphold the integrity of themselves as well as this country in every single aspect, from the single mom that brought and raised up 5 children, you know. And these realities aren't new to me, because, I mean, I sit in a situation as a colored African, you know. You're like, your 14-year-old cousin gets raped by a teacher. You know, those are the dynamics that you sit with, and you say, okay, now is it fine for me to live in Sandton and sort out myself, drive a fancy car and stuff, and not go back home and solve these issues or try and be part of the solution? You know, it's just so much work to do. But again, you sad, but you happy at the same time. So I really want to commend every single person that came and is going to contribute to this, and also give commitments to it. So yeah, let's take the next step. I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see our elderly brothers right at the back. Whether rabulela or rabulabula or siyathetha or siyakhuluma, we want to bring you to the table. Siyanibiza. Khulumani nathi, bulabulani na yena, ribuleleng. Men, the elder men, because these are some of the things that we need to change. So any of you at the back, I see you're hiding behind your mask. I'll pick you up. I think, Oh, no, it's okay. Sifuna bona kahle kahle sifuna bona kahle kahle security, because that's where the problem. I'll forgive you, my brothers. Okay, I'll forgive you. Can we get a younger voice? Zandu yapi? Where's the hand? Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks, madam. Introduce yourself, Mrs. Thank you.
I'm an alumni of the University of Johannesburg. I have a national diploma in building sciences, and I'm inspiring PRQS. I'm an activist of the ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk. I am a stakeholder license of the Headstrong Foundation, which is an NPO that focuses on skills development and social transformation in townships specifically. We've done a few projects in the Soweto, in south of Johannesburg. I'm also setting up my own foundation called Tuto Ente, which also focuses on skills development, but in rural areas, targeting young women specifically, and and skills development and training. Okay, so I wanted to match myself with Prof here when she was speaking about the issues of class inequality, race inequality, geographic and literacy inequality. I just wanted to add that there are women in rural areas that every time we speak about them, it's on a generic basis. We know that there are women when there's a funeral at home, when there's mokete ko gae, they are the people. There's always the same group of women who show up, and these are the women who aren't usually empowered financially or economically. So what happens is these are the people who hold our communities when homes are distressed and have nowhere to look to. We've got women who are encouraged to go into cooperatives only when it comes to meeting school uniforms and so forth. But nobody talks about empowering women who can also, when tenders go out to schools for cooking and stuff, they don't go to these women who help us at funerals. They don't go to, it's just open to any and everyone. And these are the things, this is where we start, the basic activities or how they contribute in our communities. It must not be limited to their free services or volunteering. We must empower them where they are best able to contribute in growing our communities. And then another thing is, we know that the agriculture industry is growing, the sector is growing. This is also where we need to invest, and this is where we can also say that these very women who are holding communities, and also whether we whether we want to believe it or not, these are the pillars of certain, actually a lot of communities where the people that we need to put our money and energies into, but we're not doing it. So teaching them and training them and opening up spaces of agriculture in rural areas becomes one of the biggest things, so that no one has to actually leave a rural area saying, I am going to the city to go look for work as a domestic worker so that my kids can eat. But they can be suppliers to those schools because they've been empowered or given the resources and the capacity to actually giving them a chance at life actually to succeed, and to say that the geographic or the class or the race or the literacy boundaries or limitations should not be I don't know what to say. Should not be the biggest. We should not enhance them, but advance what they are able to offer and give them the space to actually do so. Because we can sit here and speak about the challenges. We can sit here and speak about how there's rural women in certain spaces, but if we're not going to be specific to the sectors in which we can help them with, then it becomes a problem. Kitumete spoke about the issue of access, and we know that there are a lot of women in rural areas who cannot read and write today. And the issue of, you can have ABET, but ABET, you don't find them in rural areas. And there's no tax in South Africa that costs less than $20 today. So whether they're getting grants or not, the issue of transportation, 40 rands a day is a lot to come out of their pocket to travel to such spaces. So there's also an issue or a gap where we need to challenge government or institutions that have to do with skills development and training to move into rural areas so that we can empower women in those spaces without them having to spend the little that they have, where they have to provide for their kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
the conversation, the engagement, it will happen after lunch. We need to cue in one of our assets in our lean that's waiting to present. May I take this opportunity to bring in Mayor Awa Ndiaye Sek, who is the, who will give us some nuggets in establishing a national chapter. You'll notice that she was supposed to start with the third session. However, she has other things to do, and we had to call her in because it was really going to be a problem not to listen to this one for us, so that it really anchors the third session. Over to you, Lebu, can you assist that side? Thank you.
Hello? 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 Hello?
We can hear you, Awa. Can you pick us up?
Greetings to you all. Greetings from DRC. I am so honored and delighted to join this conversation and to join this launch of the South Africa chapter of AULIN. Allow me first to say my greetings to all of you, starting by all the officials who are in the room and who are online. Allow me also to recognize the two co-conveners of AULIN, our sisters, Madam Binata Diop, very own and our own, Madam Pomzile. And thank you to the committee for all the hard work that you put in this to allow this day to take place and this event to take place. I was telling you that I am very honored because we have worked very hard for the last 4 years. You already said it, and those who will come after me will also explain it to you. AULIN started in DRC, where I'm sitting. From the national level, it started in DRC in December 2017. And since then, we have had 24 additional chapters. And when we were going to the Generation Equality Forum, we already had 25 national chapters, meaning that 25 countries have established their national chapters following the forum that allowed AULIN to exist in June in New York. So New York, June the 2nd, 2017. And then the Forum on Generation Equality, where we went to these 25 national chapters. And today we are adding the current chair of the African Union, but it is also happening in the country of the former executive director of UN Women and also co-convener of AULIN, who with her sister, they are in the room, worked to support this initiative from the African women to implement, to use Agenda 2063 of the African Union and the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 to transform Africa with the contribution of women and with the leadership of women in the 6 pillars that have been identified. And I'm happy to see the youth part of this, because this movement is a movement that is inclusive, that is from all walks of life, whether they are in the fields, whether they are in the market, whether they are in the schools. They are leaders, they have their organization, and they come forward to decide to work together to fight fragmentation and to also build and strengthen unity. But when they do it and they bring the youth component, that shows how inclusive Aulin is. And I can tell you that I've seen how this committee that I need to thank and to congratulate for the way that they conducted the process. We have been working with them. We saw how much effort they have brought to this and how much engagement they have also demonstrated during the process. So I'm very happy to confirm that we are here. I am the special representative for the establishment of Aulin national chapters. I am Awanyai Sek, and wherever I'm sitting, you can count on us, on me and on the team and all the colleagues working with us at the national level. And I acknowledge Hazel Gooding and the South Africa, the SAMCO team at the regional level and at HQ level. You can always count on our support to come and continue to provide any support we can to ensure that this chapter that is being launched in South Africa is operational, hit the ground, you hit the ground running, and you come and bring the added value that you are bringing to the process. I wanted to wish you a good meeting, tell you that I couldn't miss it. I was tight, and I'm sorry that you had to accommodate me this way, but I didn't have a choice, but I just couldn't miss it. And I wanted to tell you how proud I am, how humbled I am, how honored I am to be standing here to talk to you. I wish you a good meeting. I wish you a good launch, and we are looking forward to seeing you on the social media and also online. Happy to be with you and looking forward with a lot of excitement to the next steps. All the best.
Thank you, Sister Awa. I can see the excitement in your face and that smile and that colorful dupe that you have, okay? You do know that there's no free lunch, Akiri? Yes, yeah, but in closing this segment, what has come, clearly is that all of us that are sitting here and the inputs that we're getting, from the floor, as well as the contributions from our sisters in Lesotho and Namibia, including our sister Awa, who is the United Nations Women's Special Representative for establishing Aulin national chapters. And that is the reason why her voice had to be part of this. So I'm going to request something that I know my elder sisters will look at me to say, Manjuya, where are you going with this? But I need to do this. We are launching a chapter. There's no way we can launch a chapter sitting down. There is no way. So I'm kindly, humbly, starting from my Dr. P, humbly, to say, can we all stand up? Because this, when our sister Awa has said, I now hand over, your chapter is open, we have to stand up, look at the sister next to you, tell her, I love you, I am part of this movement. I am part of this movement. I knew, sisters, I knew that when I touch love, I knew that when I touch love, people will talk. But we are not, listen to me now. Sisters at the back level, listen to me. We are not going to build a movement in South Africa as the 26th chapter, together with the other 25 chapters, when we do not have love, first to ourselves, secondly to our neighbors, thirdly to our continent, fourthly to the world. Now you can go eat. But before you go, may I take the special gratitude. My sister Rita, thank you so much for coming. Doc, I really, literally, I think me and you are going to write volumes, and that's the challenge. We have to write the story. Doc, you're part of the writing team, from whether we are full or our full, okay? Yes. Kitu, thank you for coming. Thanks for that, firepower that is still there. And I believe that the more endowed you are, is the more power. But remember, but it also comes in small packages, as you could see from the young lioness there, okay? Namso, we could not actually understand it in the way in which you put it. Your presence in our
Easily create your next video. Motionary offers you more than 500,000 templates, music, stock footage, transitions, photos, and motion graphics. That's pretty amazing. Use it for your YouTube channel, social content, or intro for your next TV show. Easily.
links. And we've been working in the space of gender and women's development in South Africa and the region for over 20 years. And I must say I'm very happy to report that, like Sis Phumzile, tomorrow at the meeting of the Global Action Coalition, Building Feminist Movements and Leadership, I'll be able to report that South Africa has launched. Genderlinks is one of the civil society leads in that coalition for the globe. So I shall be very proud tomorrow to announce our new chapter. All protocol observed, not sure who's, but all protocol observed. So the reason why I'm sitting is because we have had many presentations this morning, and really now is for us to have a conversation. And for the person from G to G, G4G, let me just say, this is the session where we go from all the good ideas to action. What we want to get out of this session is how do we move from all that wonderful content that you shared with us. We learned a lot, but now what are we going to do with it? And more importantly, once we know what we're going to do with it, how are we going to measure what impact we have? So this session is really a conversation with all of us. So let's just set the context a little bit. How many of us in this room agonized before casting your vote in the local government election?
How many of you
really struggled? Right? And what was the difficulty? This is the main difficulty. 55% of the electorate in this country was left behind, women. None of the parties said anything about our needs. And local government is ultimately women go and fetch the water at the one tap in the informal settlement and then are vulnerable to sexual assault. So we were left behind. And one of the most important things this network can do is ensure we are never left behind again as an electorate. Sis Mabato, it's not the isms that divide us. It's a lack of accountability and unethical leadership that divides us. Because we are not getting, as citizens, and particularly as women, what we need. And it's time we put it on the agenda. It's about women being there, women's effective political participation beyond the numbers. So in all of these areas, and just one or two other things, in all these years of doing development work, my own thinking, I have now moved. I no longer want to speak about empowering anybody, because I do not have power over anyone, or I do not have something, everyone has something to teach everyone else, regardless of where you're from. So I now speak about the concept of power and people realizing their own agency to change, their own agency within themselves to make a difference in their own lives. So I'd like us to think about that as we're talking. Empower somehow gives the notion, the young woman articulated it so well, that we have to train people. But people have innate abilities that we have to help them realize. And the other thing, and it's pity Sis Phumzile is not here. We spoke a lot about inequity, inequality, and around the economic. One of the things we need to start thinking about is just the way we've defined the economic in our country and across the world. The minute we speak of macro and micro, you will find women in the micro. We've created the divide already. So at a very sort of conceptual level, we need to redefine the way this economy is defined and works. Otherwise, we're going to we're trying to change something that's already put women in a particular position. So, Prof, it sounded a bit like a lecture, I know, but just a few sort of precepts. Now, this session really is about saying, we've launched this network. And from everything I've heard, no one disputes that this network is a good idea. And it's something we need. What is it you think? We had, Sis Pumzile gave us 5 legs, 5 pillars that we need to work on. They include the empowerment of rural women and girls, including issues such as land, infrastructure, women's effective political participation, peace and security, and really for us, what that translates into is around issues of gender-based violence, issues of economic violence. There's a whole range of issues that women face in our country that are violent. And a very key thing we have to keep in our minds now is all the gains we've made during COVID, we must not let them go. Government was able to pivot very quickly during COVID and address GBV. Now let's fight to keep all of those strategies in place. Young women and young women's leadership. How do we actively engage? What is it we need to put in place? And finally, the economic. Financial inclusion and women's economic expression. So, I think we can do this. Shall we go theme by theme and talk about, if we're talking about rural women and empowering rural women, particularly around ownership of land and resources and infrastructure, what are some of the key things we should be focusing on? Let's chat. There we go. Go ahead, please. Press your mic, sister. We can't hear you. Oh.
Thank you. I thought so. Good afternoon. My name is Nompumela Melapi from Rethink Africa. I just wanted to discuss the issue of like a law and legal assistance. I think we didn't mention it, so that is very important because everything is legal. If we are going to engage with land issues, people need to then be consulted with lawyers with regards to somebody, like if you kill your husband for defending yourself, you're going to need lawyers. So with regards to also battery, what happens then? So I think let's also add like legislation and law into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Nozunko Langa. I am a deputy chairperson of UNISA Women's Forum. One of the things I think, the first thing that we have to do as women, and we expect from rural areas, is information dissemination. What do I mean by that? We have got departments that I think they can be of benefit to rural people. They need to go out and tell people what each department does. What is that communities have to expect from each department? For example, in rural areas, we've got women with skills, beautiful skills, but their businesses are not registered, and they can't even contribute to the economy of the country. And when they go out, they are being criticized that their businesses are not registered. So therefore, I think all departments in South Africa have to go out to communities and provide services that they are expected to provide to people than people going to their offices. Thank you.
Sorry, there was a hand in front. I can't really see properly because of the light, but there's a hand right here. My sister from the traditional leaders. You can hear me?
My
Yeah, so that's enough. I don't think so. Just to check on who are their leaders. Because if you are going to talk about the challenges there, their leaders are aware of what you are talking about. Also, they'll be able to speak using their languages. Because sometimes when going there, you are not familiar with the language. It's going to be very difficult. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor. So let's focus on action. What is it you want this network to do? Yes.
Okay, I can't see anything to press my voice, but I'll take that.
Please use the mic because we are live streaming, so people want.
Yes, we do have online people watching us online, so we do need to use the mic. Thank you.
Okay, I'll use this mic. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Advocate Zanyu Ntatisi. Sorry, okay. I'll use the next one.
Okay, is this better? Yes. Great. Okay, let's start again. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Advocate Zanyu Ntatisi, and I am the chairperson of the South African Internet Governance Forum and also a consumer advisory panelist for ICASA. So, I think some of the issues that we've raised already on the floor in terms of literacy, going to the people, speaking language are quite important. So some of the work that we do involves exactly that, going to rural communities and understanding. However, what I've noticed, and we did mention it in discussions today, is we work in silos. It would have been lovely to have the Department of Education here because they have access to the very people that are the beneficiaries. I think there was something that was said earlier on about we speak about marginalized or disenfranchised women, and most of us here are middle class, upper middle class. And, you know, we've got a responsibility to not make it about our nuances because we don't have as many issues as the real grassroots issues in South Africa. So that's one of it, to say, Department of Education, what are you doing? Where are you? Can you come to the party? That's number one. But I think outside of the formal structures, when it comes to campaigning and it comes to all sorts of things, we know where to find people. Why are we not going to churches? Why are we not going to those communities? Why are we not having partnerships? I think that's where the real work gets done, to say, let us go to the ground, let us go to the structures that already exist, whether it's formal or informal. This message, everything that's here, there are ears that can catalyze every single thing that we're talking about today. Thank you.
So partnerships are key concern, I think, across all these thematic areas. Yes, my sister. Right in the middle.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eunice BMO. I work in the city of Tshwane in the office of the Chief Whip. I'll engage further when we get to the issue of political participation, because that is where I am mainly based. But I also have an understanding with regards to communications and maybe with getting the message across. We're talking about rural communities and how do we reach them. As a communicator, my concern comes around technology, especially because we're moving into the space of technology. When you're in the rural areas, you don't have connectivity. A girl in Pretoria CBD right now has more information than a girl in Hammanskraal, and this is in the same city, simply because the network coverage is terrible. So I think, and one of the programs that we can look at and possibly grow upon is holding telecoms service providers accountable, because they are more focused on making commissions or money in the bigger cities, and that's what they focus on with regards to infrastructure. But you go to your rural communities, there's no infrastructure. People have phones, people have network or data, but it's no use if you can't use it to access information. And when you don't have access to information, the gap grows. So maybe it could be part of their responsibility, or what do you call these things that the government? Yes, CSI, where corporate investment, yes, those things, where the government gives some type of rebate to say, when you take care of the infrastructure in the rural communities and enable people to access that information, then you will have some kind of rebate that comes to your company. You know, because yes, we can speak about communications and actually going there face to face, but the internet is the fastest way of getting information. It's at the tip of your hands. But if you've got no connectivity and no coverage, then it becomes very useful and useless, and it makes the gap for inequality quite big. Thank you.
Great point. I think that's a very concrete meetings with telecoms, ICASA. Someone here from ICASA, so you heard that. Also, Mabato, you mentioned when you were speaking, and years ago, we had interdisciplinary, interministerial committee to deal with gender-based violence. And maybe what we're talking about is a resurrection. Gosh, that sounds very religious. A resurrection of that committee, a committee of that nature. And that was very useful because it had all the departments and Treasury and the NPA and the police, everyone. So you could speak to that group around all the issues relating to GBV, etc. So maybe that's something we could look at putting in place.
The committee exists.
Your answer.
There is an interministerial committee that is chaired by our minister, and it consists of all the departments: justice, social development, police, DPSA, including treasury, and justice, including treasury. So because they are the ones that are responsible also in the implementation of the NSP, and the NSP collaborators who write reports. The committee is the one that submits the reports to the president every month. So the committee does exist.
Good to know. Now we need to know. Yes, Metogo.
It's on a different point, but I think it arises from something suggested there. The way government is configured remains a problem on implementation on the ground. We've got 3 levels, but access to government, government is almost like it's a scary place to go to if you are a citizen. There used to be a very strong motivation for gender focal person offices at local government. I don't know whether they still exist, whether they're still active. But I would like to expand that thought to say, I know the Department of Women now has community liaison office, and it works. Because these are people who are looking out for anyone who's doing something good, something that makes a difference. And we find it very easy to work with such people than people who are rigid in other. If you are in HR, we are also working with community. I really would like to propose possibility of all departments having community liaison offices, so that we just know that it's easy. A person who liaises with the community, if I have a problem, I have that number, I call that person and that person will answer me. If they don't have an answer, they'll go to other people. And it's easy now to then, as civil society organization, we are able to link up with those people when we see problems on the ground.
Is my sister that is working on the website here? The Alvin website. Are you here, my sister? I can't see that. Well, here's something we could take to them to say, could we potentially have a directory of people and services that are useful on that website? Like, how do we get in touch with that interministerial committee? How do we get in touch with the community liaison? Who are the community or NGO, civil society organizations? Who comprises this network? I'm sure that's something that would be very useful to have on the South Africa page, and something we can take to them. Shall we move on to the next? Oh, we've got to. Sure, please go ahead.
Let's start at the back. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. It's Lerato again. Okay, so I just wanted to add one more thing, which is as we're trying to build rural and township economies, there is an issue that's slightly sensitive, which is having illegal or actually all legal migrants opening shops. Now that's taking like businesses, black people's or African black people's businesses that already exist and shutting them down because they've got a certain system that allows them to evade tax, so their food is cheaper, even if it's low quality, so forth and so on. So that also takes away from people who've owned tuck shops or small supermarkets in these places. So I just wanted to bring that in. I don't know how it can be resolved because I know government is very much duck and diving when it comes to sorting out the whole situation. I, for one, my grandmother owned a shop for 40 years, but now business is very low. She just opens it up just to sit there so that she seems busy the whole day. But you have 1 or 2 people come in, and in the whole community, there's like at least 10 Pakistani shops that have actually overtaken a shop that has existed for 40 years. And we've got, they've been, for the years that it existed, they were paying a protection, I don't know, not a protection fee or so, but they were paying to the chieftaincy some sort of money, but the tribunal leadership is not doing anything in that instance, and we also need their involvement in such things. So people can be paying a certain amount every month or annually, and then still, when such things, when bread is taken off their table, nothing is being done. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, ma'am, just behind you, sir.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Mahadi Butelezi. I think we need to start with how we define women and youth living in rural areas, not women or rural women. They are women and youth living in rural areas. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, there's a hand up there. I can't see, but please go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please go ahead. Do you have a mic?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ntotumbi Gomutsakwa. I'm a farmer and an agripreneur with development roles, and my targeted focus has been that of women. And amongst those roles is to leading the Women's Desk of African Farmers Association of South Africa. And I would like to take the discussion of land within the context of agriculture and agribusiness. And my proposal is that, let me start by informing that whatever that you see on the shelves, being it your high-end, like your woolies or exported, it has passed on the hands of women. 60% of our women are within the informal or small-scale farmers, but that gets elevated to a commercial space through different types of packaging models, particularly the women that are living in rural areas. There's a huge potential there that needs to be unleashed. Now my proposal is, or my suggestion is that, now we're talking a conversation of technology, in as far as how do we then leverage on the opportunity that technology brings to enhance capacity of women in the sector. The second one is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Much as the country, we have progressive policies, and as far as women inclusion is concerned, unfortunately, we can't trade with the rest of our sisters in the country. So when I got the invite, I was so excited because there's an absent voice in as far as enhancing and talk equity and instill a sense of equity to the rest of the continent for the benefit of the women in the agribusiness. And secondly, consistent with the IU Agenda 63, there's what we call CADAP, which is a Comprehensive Agricultural Africa Development Program, which is a framework that is being used to instill a sense of transformation in the continent. And in the center of that, we have Malabo Declaration that is being used as an M&E tool to make sure that we are adhering to the framework that AU has put on us. in there as well, South Africa is very absent in as far as pushing for that, for women to lead that process. So I'm appealing to the leaders of AWA and LN to pay attention to that, because there is no voice. We are there as farmers alone. We've got no one to back us up in terms of organization. However, everyone is looking at us as this country that is doing well in as far as agriculture is concerned, but people are not paying attention as to who are these role players within the agriculture. It's less than 1% in as far as women inclusion space is concerned in export and participation. And also, if you recall, I had the benefit of working with the late Dr. Mahlati during the land reform panel. She passed on while she was working on the land audit in as far as how many women are owning land in South Africa, and AU is busy with that, and Africa is absent to come and say, this is where we are, and this is how best we can assist you as a continent to make sure that we achieve a women-led agribusiness. Thank you.
Now, that's an excellent point. I'll take one last point around two last points around women and girls in rural areas. I think that's very important. Two last points, and then we'll move on to make that three last points. Sorry, this light blinds you. If you're sitting, you can't see anything behind the light. So let's go here first. There were two hands here. Please go ahead.
Carry on in the middle.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Brightness Mangoloti. I'm the director for HES SA. Our function as HES SA is to develop women leaders and also do advocacy and research in the space of higher education. I'm speaking here from the point of the land redistribution. I think there is a big problem there, and we haven't really engaged on that. I was privileged one day to attend a session being invited by the chairperson. I think during the land redistribution session, there need to be experts brought into that space. Because one thing that I have identified is that it's a one-way channel where people from the department just tell people that these are the options that you have. And people need to make decisions without necessary information. Just for an example, this case study, without mentioning the name of the organization, it's a game reserve. The people own a portion of that particular game reserve. They were given three options. One option, you get 2% of what we are generating, because the space that we have, we are generating money out of that. The second part, you can be co-partners. So whatever cost that we are incurring, that means you'll be part of carrying the cost. Or alternatively, you can sell it back to us. So all three options, someone thinks about 2%, they get excited, let's get 2%. And the basic question I ask, do you even have the financial statement? A 2% of what? That information is not available. And if you're saying option number 2, we are going to be co-partners, that actually means those who do not have, who own the land, are told that you need to pay 50% of the expenses. We will pay 50% of the expenses. Bear in mind that they're operating on a zero base. So if they're operating on a zero base, already they are operating on a negative. That means they're automatically going to lose their land. And then the other option, and I was sitting there, you sell back. And the key thing that was troubling for me was when they said, until you make a decision, you don't have any right to claim for anything. So that actually means there is a loss in that process. Whilst this particular organization is making money out of the land that it belongs to these people. So I would clearly advise, let's get experts to be part of those engagement. If people have to go into negotiating in these spaces, you need people who have financial understanding. You need people who can peruse the document. Without that, our people are going to lose land, and we will forever say women do not own land. So it is upon us to actually create spaces. I don't know what's the process. I was invited. I brought in my expert advice. But in my capacity, somewhere, somehow, it feels that there should be a list that is provided that these are the starting to engage with those organizations or groups to understand where they are, what are they thinking, because they need to be advised. I know it can be, what is this divide and rule? Because when you talk about money, most people say, you know what, I want the money, I want nothing to do with the land. So it is important. I think capacity building is important, but it's a long process to have capacity building. Bring an expert who can advise the people so that when they make a decision, it becomes an informed decision. Thank you.
Noted, very important point. I can't actually see the hand there, but I know there is someone here.
Sure, thank you so much. I am Stembiso Dabula, the outgone SRC Deputy President of WITS, and I am the founder and chairperson of She Leads South African Division. To answer the question or to have a contribution on how we can reach women in rural areas and young women in particular, for me, I've heard someone mention that through internet and social media. A part of me, I think that can be a fast way. However, we are looking for more effective ways, not only fast. So one thing that we might be avoiding to do is reaching people through political participation. And the reason I'm mentioning this, it's because for the first time in 2021, we've seen a lot of young people running for councillorship. And they've touched more lives more than the people who are currently in power or who were in power. And I'm not only speaking from an ideological perspective, but I myself have been deployed in the ANC Youth League Greater Johannesburg, which is a regional level. And at this point, we'll be hosting a She Leads convening in Diepsloot. That's where I'm deployed. So I'm using the platform of She Leads to impact people's lives through political participation. So to serve those young girls and to teach the women who have stokvels in the township at Diepsloot and giving them NSFAS opportunities and telling them how to apply is through a political platform. However, I'm still using what I have, which is She Leads, to make sure that I empower, because I believe that I am empowered. So what I'm basically trying to say is to say that by making sure that we run for councilorships or we become active in our political organizations, we can actually use those platforms through the councillors that are currently existing to get to know who is struggling, how can the women be reached. Because if we can't reach them, surely there are people who can reach them, and through those people they can be reached. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've given us the entry into our next sort of pillar, which is women's effective political participation. Just to put a few statistics on the table, we fluctuate between 43, and at the end of the election, national election, we had 46% women in our national parliament. But that has gone down, has shifts and changes, so we're more closer to 44 now. Local government, it is a very sad indictment that even today we cannot tell you what those figures are. And I think it's something we need to take up as a voice. Sex disaggregated data, it exists, but the IEC has not put it on their website in any form. We don't know how many candidates were women. Without a doubt, what we're going to see is a reduction in the number of women, because the ANC has lost support. And this is not a political statement, it's a fact. And it's one of the few parties that gets as many seats as it does with a voluntary quota. The EFF has a voluntary quota, and in fact, in the national election, the EFF had a higher proportion of women in parliament than the ANC. Not higher number, higher proportion. They had 50. Yes. What that means, in terms of rhetoric is something different, but in terms of the actual numbers. So we have in South Africa managed, but the problem is we've reached a plateau almost. That 45% mark, and we're not moving any further, and we're not moving any, because the ANC says it's a zebra system. Woman, man, but however, in the top 5, there were 4 men followed by a woman. Nkosazana Dlamini, and then there were 4 men above her. So the system's being manipulated. So we need to now think carefully as this network, what is it that we need and want? And just to put on the table, South Africa remains one of 2 countries in the whole of SADC that has abortion on demand. The other country is Mozambique. The reason why South Africa has a termination of pregnancy bill, and there are many here who were there and can actually say how that happened, it was precisely because we had a critical mass of women in Parliament that were able to lobby the support to get that act passed. So it does make a difference. The numbers make a difference. Now we want to know, what do we do? How do we move those numbers so that we have 50% of women or men? And at the moment, the highest is Rwanda. Rwanda has 68% women in their parliament. So what should we be doing as this network? What are the key things we should be doing? Yes?
Also, I just want to find out when you, now the issue of also just saying women, but also not having women that are also feminists and also conscious about our existence plays a role. So then we cannot just be deploying people who are going to be defenders of patriarchy, for example. I mean, case in point is the current president of Tanzania, who is just doing, I don't want to say that word, but anyway. So how then, in how will this chapter then discuss feminism with political parties so that people can at least be conscious and understand the issues? Most specifically with regards to sex work, like it's been going on for years and they don't want to decriminalize it. So in of itself, you can be appointing women in those spaces, but they will like turn a blind eye as if it's something that has to be dealt with. So then, out of judgment, of course. So then how do we deal with those issues? And I think for me, it would be very important that this chapter then engages political organizations and has a stance to say that, can you be open-minded on A, B, C, and D?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm done. Oh,
cool, that's cool. Thanks, Kubi. Kubeshni Govender, chairperson of the Association of Gender Links and business owner. So I want to speak specifically about local government and about the potential for local government and women. And I think that it would be worth the effort to put some analysis into the criteria. I've drawn to the word pipeline that was used a couple of times in the presentations this morning. And what we know from the analysis of political party processes is that there is a push, at least from the South African Local Government Association, to add a lot more rigor to who makes it into the list around local government, because it's hell of a complicated, but so important. And I think that that it would be remiss of us not to put the analysis into what the criteria is across the political spectrum, so that when we look at preparing women, we don't set them up for failure. We know what the criteria is, we know what the milestones and what the barriers are to, for instance, mayoral and speaker roles, and that we actually now, at the start of a new cycle, the 5th administration, we start preparing women to take up office.
Bianca, you have your hand up. I'm coming.
It's Eunice BMO again, and I indicated earlier on that I am from the city of Tshwane in the office of the Chief Whip. Part of my responsibilities are actually supporting the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, which is a committee that exists within the city, and it sits women, female councillors from different political parties. I think what could be of benefit is ensuring that, and I'm aware that women's caucuses are actually existent in a number of municipalities. So that is one of the spaces that this movement or this network can tap into with regards to accessing political leadership at local level. So we start with the women's caucuses. We have a multi-party women's caucus because we are a multi-party council within the city of Tshwane. Or we were. We don't know what's going to happen next week, but we were. What I have found to be a problem, though, is that as much as we have these women's caucuses, we have a lot of women that come into, and I heard you talking about quotas and political parties meeting quotas, but at some point I feel it is disingenuous, and it's just to meet numbers, because these women are just there but don't really have much impact. And they don't have much of a voice because, for example, the chief whips might be male and they don't put them as speakers and they don't really interact with policy and don't make much inputs in councils. They're just there to meet the quotas, but with relations to championing issues that we want to put forward as women, they are nowhere to be found. So, and I know we said let's shy away from using the words empowerment, but it's necessary to engage women at that level, to make them understand the women agenda and streamlining the programs of a network like this one, to say, as a network, this is what we're about, and this is how we see you taking the struggle forward with regards to implementation at a local level. Then you will get an opportunity where you get your G2G. I was very happy when I heard her speak, because I'm like, okay, this is an opportunity for me when we do have council to say, Multi-Party Women's Caucus, this is an organization that you can actually benefit from. It's a program that I am now looking at introducing to say this is what can benefit the Multi-Party Women's Caucus, to ensure that there's development, there's growth, and we've got women that have the chutzpah, for lack of a better word, to actually take issues forward and really engage at that level. So development, the empowerment, it's very, very important and necessary, because beyond meeting quotas, we need to put people that are capable, and this network can then now go into the municipality. This is how, what we have to offer, and this is how you can benefit from it.
Afternoon, everyone. In terms of the question on women's political participation, I just want to respond to it from two different folds. I think on the first one is around participation happening outside of what we deem governance and authority structures. I think what was quite interesting with the local government elections is that, and a lot of political analysts spoke about the fact that leading up to the local government elections, we saw a spike in service delivery protests across the country. But that kind of energy was not matched up or was not translated into actual voter turnout and, you know, and people who actually casted their votes. We can all debate and say, what does that mean? You know, what does people abstaining or not voting mean? But I think it also highlights, number one, a serious decay in terms of voter education. The fact that we're struggling to make the links between the power of our X and what that X does in terms of our livelihoods is a problem in itself, and it does dampen women's political participation. And I say this because a week after, as an organization, we went into Kathrada Park, which is an informal settlement just in Johannesburg West. Interesting that an overwhelming majority did not vote, and the reasons behind not voting is because they still don't see the voting system as a vehicle for change, right, and where they can really drive change. So really looking at what does voter education mean, and how do people receive and conceptualize political participation. Now, on the other side, when we do look at our more traditional parliament, legislature, you know, local governance, you know, municipalities, for me, what I pick up are serious impediments in women's effective participation is money. We don't have money to run our campaigns. You know, whether these women belong to larger political parties, whether we're talking about the top three, we do see, even on social media, where there's that woman as a candidate and where there's a man as a candidate, the way the programs are managed are slightly different, you know, and women's having money, you know, is an important thing if you want to enter the political space. It's a big thing. But also the conversation around participation and representation, you know, I think that is a big issue. And it's also become, the issue of representation has also silenced us big time, because we see how problematic leaders will just put women there and then suddenly we must just keep quiet. You know, I don't think we were given, not even to say we're given, but I don't think we're able to sharpen our understanding of what that women's effective political participation look like. And then last but not least, I think even though it's easy for us to critique and say this is not working in terms of women participating, I actually want to applaud formations that are very intentional, such as the ANC Women's League Young Women's Desk, you know, that has, you know, kind of positioned itself as an incubator of young women entering the political space. Whether we want to engage in terms across political party lines is a totally different conversation, but I do think the insistence of having young women participating in political processes is important, even if it doesn't always look like the way we want it to look. But I think the guts to even try is something that should never be taken for granted. Thank you.
Just a question, and it's interesting, everything we're saying. So let's start. I think Mabato said when she was speaking that this has to be a multi-party structure. And all of you are alluding to the fact that we have to look at capacity building. And the notion of what transformative leadership actually means. Do you represent your party, or are you true to your mission as a woman and feminist principles? Now, it's very important to note that feminism is not a swear word. You know, in that case, you know, I'm a swear word. But Tenjiwe Ntinzo, our ambassador, actually says it best when she says, you know, the way you define feminism, she defines feminism, is some women are fighting to get out of a kitchen, some women are actually fighting to get a kitchen. So it's the different dimensions of that. But what none of us are mentioning is calling for a legislative quota. Oh, yes, please go ahead.
I was going to talk exactly on what you are raising, but first to acknowledge that during the fourth administration, right towards the end, there was an initiative for us to have a gender equality and women's empowerment bill. And I think following the elections of the fifth administration, that unfortunately fell with, in between the cracks. And during the fifth administration, it was never resuscitated, even though other bills that were at the same level as what we used to call GWE at the time were resuscitated. But I also find it a bit odd that in some cases, and before I even say what I'm about to say, I find it that sometimes as women we become proponents of patriarchy. And I'm not accusing any leader of being a proponent of patriarchy, but you will notice that when this bill did not make it back to Parliament, it was because a woman minister chose that it was not a priority at the time. Now, what the bill was seeking to achieve was to ensure that political parties are forced across board to implement 50% women representation. On the other hand, the bill was also enforcing quotas in the private sector. So it was no longer going to be the public sector only complying, whilst the private sector does not comply. As we discuss political participation, I want to pose a question. Are we aware that as we speak today, only 2% of boards have a representation of women? Are we aware that of all boards, and when I say all boards, I mean globally, that globally 20% of boards would have women in what we call C-suite levels, meaning your managing director, your CEO, your COO, and all that. Only 20%. Now, for me, if we are to realize meaningful participation of women, it should not only be about political participation. It also has to be a representation, but meaningful representation in various sectors of the economy, which of course will include our political, different political environments. But may I ask the second question? Sure. Who vote for men? I have observed in the conferences that I see a lot of people here comes from a particular political party. I have seen in their political party that they enforce 50% women representation, even going to a conference. So meaning that when you were in Polokwane, you had 50% women actively participating in Polokwane. But the unfortunate part is that they went to Polokwane as what? Voting voters, and therefore not meaningful participation. That is why in Polokwane, when there was a proposal for you to have a deputy president as a woman, women themselves did not vote for a woman. In the same breath, in Nasrec, same 50% women representation, you have a number of women contesting for certain positions in the top 6 of that party. But the outcome is that all positions where women contested with a man won. Only where a woman contested with a woman won. That is the position of Deputy Secretary General. But beyond that, let's look at the US. Who's this now? Even before then, let's go back to Clinton. When she contested, even though she had won the popular vote and lost the constituency vote, the reality is that it's women who did not vote for her. If you were to look and make an analysis of the kind of comments women were making towards her, you would realize that women were concerned about issues of abortion and all of these other issues that they were using against her. It also had some religious kind of a connotation to it all. But not only that. Let us now come back to when are women voted? Women are voted when there is a crisis. And when we know that it may not be possible for them to succeed in the positions where they are voted for. And who vote for women when there's a crisis? Majority of men votes for women because they don't want to take a risk of being in the leadership in times of crisis. Let us look at the time of Brexit, for example. Who was at the helm of the UK leadership? It was a woman. A woman who was supported by majority of men because they wanted her to be part of this difficult transition process that will take the UK through this particular challenge. Now, meaningful participation, what does it mean? It means that women vote women. It means that women are not given positions that are riskier than other positions so that they fail. It means that consciously the women that are placed in leadership positions understand that it is not about me. It is about the other women who don't have the kind of voice and power that I have. I was saying in one engagement with She Leads that the success of our gender equality and women's empowerment agenda lies with us as women. 52% of us forms part of the population. Can we continue to say that we are unable to lead, we cannot be elected? Who is supposed to elect us? We must elect ourselves. Without that formula, without Aulin going out and have a democracy education amongst women. I'm not talking empowerment. I'm talking making women understand why we must vote. If you look at the percentage of people who voted in these local government elections, is women. Majority of women voted. The result, majority of men emerged as counselors. Now, there is something that we must have a difficult conversation amongst ourselves. And the difficult conversation is that, of course, we are creating our own table. We are no longer going to allow anyone to invite us to their table. We are inviting them. But if we are to succeed in doing that, we must have unity of purpose. We must all agree that what happened to Charlotte Maxeke in 1912 when she was the only woman in the room and her participation was discussed as though she was not there for 6 full hours. It cannot happen in 2021. We are the ascendants of Charlotte Maxeke, not descendants. Ascendants means that we have power, we have influence, we can change things, but we are refusing to use it. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Not much more we can say, but I think concretely, are we then saying, I'm struggling with the acronym a bit, Alwyn. Okay. Alwyn should lobby to get the gender empowerment and, gender equality and women's empowerment bill back in Parliament. Yes. Good, concrete action. And I think there are lots of linked points here. The point around voter education, the project of democracy includes the project around why women's representation and participation is so important. Friends, we must not be too harsh for the simple reason that we've all come from the same system. So the assumption that women are going to vote for women is something, yes, women, certain parties I just don't get, but, the women voters, for example, come out of that same system. It's what they've been taught. So it's about breaking down that learning and then saying, we need to also demonstrate, G for G, are you here? We need to demonstrate the difference. What is the difference when women come into power? How will things change? It's not simply to get women there for the numbers. So the gender equality and women's empowerment bill is going to start at the back and come down right on top and then there and then Mam Togo. Go ahead, please.
Behind you first.
Thanks, Charlotte. There are a number of factors I think that we need to explore. One of the key factors that I have a problem with, when women get into this office, we celebrate. Everyone celebrates, and after, when they enter the office, we leave them, and we expose them to patriarchy. And when they fail, we blame the women. So the first thing that I want us to be exploring is how do we begin to support these women? The second part, one of the key things, I think when we explore the issue of capacity building, we are developing women to lead others. And we have neglected a very critical space. How do we begin to develop women to lead themselves? Claiming your power as a woman, claiming your voice. I've come to identify, even myself in my journey, I've identified some of us, we don't vote for women because of self-hate. So that self-hate, those inner wounds are projected on others. The more we understand who we are, the more we understand our purpose, it is only then that we can make a meaningful contribution. If you cannot lead yourself, it's not possible to lead others. There's a beautiful African adage that actually says, when there's no enemy within, The enemy outside has no power. Because the more you know yourself and you get into these spaces that are dominated by men, they will grind you, they will put you into a mincemeat. But if you know who you are, if you know what you stand for, you are not going to be easily shaken. So that capacity building, support women, capacity building where you lead and develop women for self-leadership, provide mentorship, provide coaches, because it is very, very lonely in a leadership space. If you are not going to provide that leadership, the guys have the boys' club. In those boys' club, they advise each other. If you are the only woman in board, who is advising you? It goes back also to allyship. How do we begin to make friends with other men? Unfortunately, at this moment, it's women talking to women about men. When do we start to bring men as part of the conversation? And I have to bring this to the fore. I'm very passionate about youth development, girl to girl, but if we continue to develop our young child, girl child, and we leave the boy child behind, we are going to have the same predicament.
Yes. Your mic's off? No, mic's on. Put your mic off, please, sister.
Thank you. Just a very important point. We spoke about mentorship, and I think we see mentorship in a particular way, the older, wise, experienced person mentoring a younger person. But I think what you all made reference to is that even when a seasoned person is in a position of power, perhaps the mentorship is even more important. The support and mentorship. It's a different kind of mentorship, but very, very important.
I also wanted to touch on the issue of age, right? Because we're all talking about mentorship and training. However, now ageism also becomes a very significant role, because now when we only just put young women from 18 to 35 in a youth desk, for example, how are they given chances to participate in true leadership that makes decision? When do the elders say it's time for me to bow down now, come through, right? Because now we always delete that all, and as a result, that causes conflict amongst ourselves to say, these old people don't want to give us a turn, right? They've been here. And as a result, the older generation says, no, but we've been ducking bullets, it's our time now, you know? So how do we deal with those issues? And is there a break for old people to say, come, it's your turn now? Or are we going to just act like we are all women and nothing's wrong, and act like, oh, let me get closer maybe? Because also the thing of mentorship is very elitist, right? You must speak a certain way, carry yourself a certain way, being in these kind of settings so that you can get access to these women that can mentor you. As a result, if you cannot because you are from an underprivileged area, you don't get that access, right? So those kind of things we need to discuss, because if you're going to just mentor us, graduates, girls who can carry themselves in certain ways, you're excluding a lot, girls who've got potential. So we must also call ourselves out for being elitist institutions and how to address young women in those areas. Thank you.
I think you've touched on a very important point, and perhaps an action point for the network around possibly having a dialogue, a seminar, a meeting around mentorship and the different types of mentorship. How are we going to access young women? How are we going to access old women? Because it's not just young women who need mentoring. You know, so that's possibly another action point.
There was someone
in this row here. Mam Togo, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would like to go back to political, the pillar on politics. Political participation. I just want to say that it's a very complex situation. Having traveled the journey since 1994, it's not easy, it's tough. It's tough because patriarchy is very strong. And because patriarchy is very strong, it also separates sister from sister. And as that happens, it weakens the power of women and the voice and agency of women. And so we need to have strategies of almost going back to what we did with Women's Coalition. And I hope this opportunity will still take us back to what are the higher values beyond political parties are we working for? Are we working for being just there for our parties, or are we being there because we care for the future generation and for our country? And once we are there, the agenda is the same, but it's a very difficult mission to accomplish. And we shouldn't pretend, and so there should come a point where we accept that we're different, or accept that others are more comfortable in their parochial spaces, and we support them for where they are, but build and have a mass of women who can also take the agenda beyond. Because I think throwing stones at each other also doesn't help. It doesn't help. So I wanted to do that. Secondly, politics have become very dangerous. And for that reason, many, many women are running away now. I mean, in the last elections, how many did we see die literally in South Africa? And what did we say as women? We were shocked. We were down. We could not even speak. We couldn't believe in our lifetime that would, but it's happening. So it's not easy to run for politics. And so, which is why it is important to deal with those, with the agenda of peace and say, let's promote peace and go back to peace. So I just thought I should raise. And also, lastly, if you say you are a leader, what do we mean? Yeah. Can we define the type of leaders we will support and the types we will not support? Because we are skirting around the fact that there are leaders we will not support, even if they... We can't just say, I support you because you are a woman, when we no longer drive what matters to society. Thank you.
Thanks, Mabato?
Thank you, Kobe. Starting from the wage bill. The wage bill is back on track. Yeah, the wage bill is back on track, and also, I mean, I hear what Charlotte is saying. It was a set stage that the wage bill that has gone through all processes, and it was already in Parliament, and somebody just left it because. Yeah. So I think people should realize that the wage bill will have again pushback. Yeah. Because where you talk about quotas, because even then, the wage bill had a lot of pushback from the private sector. Yeah. So our lean must come out strongly to support this bill when it goes out, because now it's not going to go back with the original. A lot of things have changed since then. So the issues of quotas must be in, but also the issue of money in terms of businesses that must come to women have to be included in the bill. So you can expect, as a country, the biggest fight. Now, our lean and its partners, because we can't say our lean and forget. We have to ensure that we bring all networks and coalitions to push the bill when it goes to Parliament. For me now, this is a personal thing. I believe in empowerment, and empowerment for me is not a negative word, because I learn every day, even from young people. So the more we tend to want to make empowerment as a negative word, forgetting that we come from a history that excluded a lot of people to information. I think she was talking about women in the rural areas who've got crafts, who are doing business. But they're not empowered to trade in real markets. Whether we call it capacity building, but something has to happen that will make them be able to compete. Now people are in Durban from all over the world. Even the women in the trade fair, the women that sells at the beachfront are not there. People from everywhere else are at the beach because the information that they needed, they don't have. And if Aulin is going to be a network of professionals with different, who are experts in the pillars, we need to use that to now going to empower. Even in the private sector. The private sector has what we call coaching. I mean, I'm a coach. Now, COVID helped, I studied. The biggest CEOs of this world have coaches. So why do we think that coaching is somebody who makes trillions? They also need a coach to assist them to excel in their work. So whether we're talking mentoring or we're talking coaching, we have to ensure that there is coaching and mentoring at all levels. In early on, as I was saying, we talk about women from all ages, from cradle to resting. So this notion that I continuously hear from some young people, that older people must give us a space. Who is older and on what? You know, when we're coming from apartheid, where your mother might now be, we see older women graduating at 60 because they didn't have any access. So if we don't also look at the history that we're coming from, we tend to get into debates and fights that divides us as women. We must ensure that as women, we come together. Learn from the young, learn from the old, and learn from the eldest, because they all have their different experiences that can assist us in learning. We just have elections now. The notion that Bradley was talking about, that women are given positions and then from there we leave them. Again, somebody must ask for help. You don't help somebody who doesn't need help. So until we start changing the mindset that asking for help is not a sign of weakness and a sign of strength, it will assist women also to say, hey, I am now a CEO. Guys, Aulin, the legal part of Aulin, please come and help. Financial expert, please come and help, because that is the only way that we're going to have women with the skills that we need in all areas. Aulin says it wants to make sure that even women in South Africa and in the continent are sitting in all the UN and the World Banks and IMF of this world. But you cannot just send them there to be chewed and spit out by patriarchy. So there has to be an opportunity where women are empowered, are skilled and reskilled to deal with the evolving nature of work.
Thank you, Sis Mabata. We're running out of time. We have to leave this venue by 16:30. So I'm going to give someone a chance to speak that hasn't spoken. I'm so sorry. Okay, 2 people, right? We'll start with you and then you. Okay, now everybody don't put your hand up. Let's go.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Chifua Manyache. I was recently part of UN Women in the internship program. I'm also part of the Technology and Innovation for Gender Equality Action Coalition, and I've also recently joined the Womenomics Africa team. Does it speak louder?
Yeah, but carry on.
Oh, okay. So I've recently joined the Womenomics Africa team that focuses on gender equality, women into Africa trade and women empowerment in business. And I think one thing that we definitely have to discuss is how are we going to successfully infiltrate these spaces, because we live in a highly patriarchal society. Especially from my age generation, men do not take women seriously for anything. So we need a strategy as Aulin. How are we going to infiltrate these spaces successfully? Because basically we are disrupting a very powerful system. And we have to admit that South Africa is a patriarchal society built on matriarchal backs. So it's about how are we going to disrupt this system in a successful way, because we are going to get pushback. We're most definitely going to get pushback. We're pushing for leadership spaces, economical spaces. We are infiltrating these spaces, and it's how do we do this in a way that allows for us to come out on top and bring about the change that is needed in South Africa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
made a similar point about strategy to deal with these. Next, similar color top.
Yes, hello. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Nombuso. I'm from Sawed. So just to answer that question of how do we disrupt patriarchy or dismantle patriarchy, I think it is possible. The one thing that I think is a major problem, especially with networks like these, is it's all good and well to talk about rural women in Africa and all of that, but you know, if we do not really invest in really getting to know our women, getting to know South African women, rural women, you know, because I feel like we have different struggles as women. Rural women in Mpumalanga and rural women in the Eastern Cape and KZN have different struggles, and feminists have different struggles in the West, in the East, and in Africa. So I think for a network like this to be successful is we first need to understand what our struggles are as women in our different organizations, provinces, and countries. So I think that's where we need to start. For us to really have solutions that are going to bring about change is we really need to start looking at Africa and what African women need. You know, when you go into a township, you know, in KZN, in a township in Mpumalanga, you know, you meet women with different problems, and I think there are structures there, there are women, there are groups that are already there. We need to find ways that we come in as the so-called learned, qualified, feminist, whatever, right? We come in there and we teach them. We go to where they are, we go to their spaces, and we engage them, and I think it really is possible. Sometimes people are just running away from titles and these names of feminist this, feminist that. Some of them are feminists, they just don't want to call themselves feminists because of the negative connotations that are there to these words. So, yes, thank you.
You want to put your mic off, please? Your mic.
Okay, so look, I mean, this was an extremely rich session, and pity we had to cut it short because the morning session ran so far, but I think what is very clear is women are everywhere and have different needs in all their different spaces. And to be clear, the woman who, the deputy president, the vice president of Uganda, was an abused woman. She was experiencing gender-based violence. So sometimes those differences are not as vast as we think. You know, GBV is something that equalizes us. No matter where you are, what you are, because it's all about power. So women are different. We're not homogenous, we're different, we have different needs in our different spaces. But there are some common things. And I think this is what this network has to be about. Common purpose. We're coming together for common purpose. My suggestion, based on everything we've heard today, is that we look at developing a vision and a mission. And from everything we've heard here, a few key strategic things that we want to address in the short term and then perhaps longer term. Sis Lulama, one of the most important things we learned today is that the Wedgie Bill is back on the table and we need to push for its adoption. The Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Bill is back on the table, which was about legislative quotas for business, for politics. It actually was a very important bill. So there are various things we've mentioned. So, you know, common purpose. And I think Mam Togo's point about building peace, because we are hard on each other as women and we throw around accusations about women don't vote for women, don't. But as everyone says, we're in the same patriarchal system. We're fighting the same wave. So I remember during apartheid, when we were busy being the ungovernable youth, one of the things that was very important was that we had a common enemy. So here I think we've moved. We need a common purpose. I think we're getting there. I think we've made a lot of headway. So thank you so much. I think this was, very useful that we all got to speak, chat to each other about what we'd like to see. And now the network needs to take it forward and come back to everyone with what this is going to mean. So I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Hazel Gooding, the very long title, the representative ad interim, UN Women's South Africa Multi-Country Office, who's going to close us off today. Do you want to come do it from here, Hazel, or are you good? You can come sit next.
Wherever you're comfortable. I'm going to find you. But maybe you need to stand, because I don't think anyone's going to see you.
Okay, and sisters, there's some practicality, sorry, Doc, that we need to put in place, and it speaks to all said and done. We did cut that imaginary ribbon. We saw the balloon flying up there. There's a cake, by the way, in the evening coming from our sister that celebrated, so that part will still do. Okay. The practicality is that before Doc, closes this session, we need to put a mechanism, we need to put some interim structure that will then take this forward, or else it will just left hanging there, okay? And the only people that can do that it's you, right? Because we can't, in our virtual spaces, think, no, Sis Charlotte, you are the one to do this, or this one, So Melobe has some kind of proposed formula that we can do that, so that there is, what we call transparency, really. It was transparent to say the interim structure that has been put in place is the one that was adopted with the people, by the people, for the people. Over to you, ma'am.
I was asking Larry if he cannot email it to the technicians the formula, because I think it will be easy if, as I'm presenting, is on the screen. Don't worry, I won't take much time on this one like the previous one. Chair, if you want about it will be a snippy thing. And in support of what Prof. Lulama is saying, we thought that everything that we do, we must not do things on your behalf. We need you to take responsibility of the Aulin governance structure, even though it's permanent until our inaugural conference, but people start doing actual work, going into a retreat as an example, where they can come up with a program where we can start with provincial Aulin launches ahead of the national inaugural conference. And we were thinking that maybe we can use the first 6 months of 2022 in order for us to take all our provinces through a process of then establishing Aulin, with a view that once it has been established, then we can have a national structure that is democratically elected that has gone through all those processes. But we also have to acknowledge that our link should not be something that is hanging here at the top or at the top in provinces. It has to go down to women who live in rural areas, women who live in semi-urban areas, women who live in urban areas, with a view that when we meet at the provincial level, we are comfortable that indeed South African women had an opportunity to make contribution in the 6 pillars of our link, but also South African women are one in terms of the direction that our link has to take. We accept that our conditions may not be the same as conditions of our sisters in the DRC who are operating in environments that are threatened by conflict, and as a result we need to have a home-based analysis on the 6 pillars that can take us forward. Masachaba, I don't see a thing, I think I'm getting old. Do you mind just reading? Just reading for everyone. This age thing is very serious.
It's not an age thing, it's definitely not an age thing. I can't see it myself. Thank you so much. Okay, just a second, let me just open it up, okay?
We apologize to the leadership for this inconvenience, but we are promising that our technicians are attending to the problem.
Okay, so I think maybe just for context, no, I can see it, it's fine, thank you. Just for context, it's important to just say where this came from. It was one of the meetings that we had where my lawyer asked just that we create a formula to say how do we actually build up an interim composition of the committee for our network. And that also needs to take into consideration the intersectionality that we're trying to achieve while keeping the 6 pillars at the forefront. So what you see in front is a table. On the x-axis, you'll see the 6 pillars. On the y-axis, you'll see the intersectionality areas that we've highlighted. And we try to highlight them from the perspective of saying which are how can we cluster them so that we don't miss out anybody. Because at the same time, we'll find that there's a lot of overlaps between the 6 pillars and then the intersectionality areas that have been identified. Another consideration was that we were working with the number of 30. So the whole idea was to say we need to get a representation of 30 members for the interim committee. So again, this isn't cast in stone. It's obviously open up to the floor so we can debate and share ideas on it. So please, feedback is appreciated. The green blocks, so if you look at the representation, the green blocks are what we've identified to say each pillar should be identified. So if you look down first from a youth perspective, you'll see there's a quorum of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, 4. Government, you'll see that there's also 4. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Academia, you'd see there's 3. Big corporates, you'd see that there's 4. And the SME, NPC, NGO, pro-women empowerment, that basically covers every area, so that's the full 6. Marginalized, again, we try to cluster it, not to say that the importance of the recognition is clustered into the same bucket, but just to, as a start, we're saying these are important the sectors that should be considered, which is the LGBTQI community, the disability, traditional, and all of those that fall in the marginalized in that marginalized category, and then also the underrepresented, such as the faith, The green block just represents one representation of each. So you would see that across the pillars for empowering women living in rural areas, you have government, you have academia, you have big corporate, you have SME, NPC, NGO, pro-women empowerment, someone from that sector, you have someone from the marginalized sector, and you have someone that's from the underrepresented sector. From a political participation perspective, and again, just keep in the back of your mind is the matching was done on the fact of saying, if you look at empowering women in rural areas, which sectors would be most effective in trying to realize some of the goals? So there's no point in saying, well, not that there's no point in saying it, but it's less effective than saying, okay, we should have a youth representation just for the sake of having youth representation, whereas you realize that most of the issues, and again, might be generalizing, but most of the issues experienced in the rural areas, government can play an integrated and very important part in it. Academia can play a very integrated and important part in it. Big corporate can play a very integrated and important part in it. And you'll see that, again, it's trying to get per pillar, you have a representation of 5, because then 5 times 6, obviously, you get your 30. So each pillar has been quorumed, or at least to say there will be a quota for each pillar. There should be 5 representatives from the sectors that have been identified. So I've gone through the empowering women living in rural areas. So it's government, academia, big corporate. I'm just going to say small enterprise, which would include NPC, NGO, etc. Marginalized and underrepresented. Political participation, you need youth, or it's suggested that there should be youth, government, SME, NPC, NGO, marginalized and underrepresented. For peace and security, you have youth, government, academia, SME, NPC, NGO, etc., marginalized and underrepresented. For young women leadership, you'd have youth, you'd have government, you'd have academia, you'd have big corporate, and you'd have SME, NPC, NGO. And again, it's not to say that the other sectors aren't important, but you'll find a lot of cross-sectionality, and especially the representatives might be wearing double hats. So for instance, someone that sits in academia might also have an affiliation or have perspective from a faith unit, from one of the underrepresented sectors. So from a financial inclusion perspective, for the 5th pillar, we'd have government, you'd have big corporate, you'd have the SME category, you'd have the marginalized, you have the underrepresented. And then for the social mobilization, you would have youth, you'd have big corporate, SME, and the underrepresented. What you'd notice is that when it comes to empowering, women living in rural areas, you have 6 representations allocated versus social mobilization where there's only 4. The reason for that, again, this is just initial thinking to say, in saying that this is an area that needs a bit more attention because of how it cross-cuts against all the sectors. Because at the end of the day, if we talk in participation, we really need to elevate those that aren't given the forum to participate and uplift them to a point where they can start participating, because there's great minds. Doc is here. Okay, let me finish. Prof, sorry about that. And then just at the bottom, you'd see there's just individual criteria where there's just 4 that's been identified to say individuals that will be part of this network. 1 should have a track record of good causes. They should have representation and have the ability or have representation and rallying and network. The third thing being skills and education, skill set being either educational or experience, and the last one being availability and accountability. Thanks. Let me hand over to Prof.
No.
No.
Sharon
Oh.
can take over.
Okay.
Remember that you have
Chairperson, that is what we are proposing. We are proposing that we have a representation of all sectors, as Leroy was saying, and such representation should have presence in the different pillars of our lean. The big question is, how do we make it a reality because we wanted this group of people to meet tomorrow so that we build on the work that has been done today. Ideally, we may want to think of asking that as we break, the different sectors have their little caucuses where they can have, they can sort of select amongst them people who will represent them in the different pillars. In doing so, we would have saved a bit of your time. I know you are worried about that, but we can ask that the names from the different sectors should be submitted to Masichaba, and Masichaba will be able to then coordinate the people that have been selected by the different teams. So we're not asking for action now in this session, but as we take photos and network, we think that way can be done in that way. Thank you. Over to you, Chairperson of the session.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Sis Charlotte and team, for putting together that structure and the criteria that we will use and as a proposal moving forward. I know that we tend to say the devil is in the details, so when we get down to that, I'm hopeful that it will work. It's not to be, not to make our lives difficult, but it's an effort for us to be expedient in moving forward. I would just like to begin by not summarizing, but just highlighting what I've been hearing, and I've been paying careful attention to the issues that have been raised. And why it was so interesting for me is that I look back at lessons learned from one of our already existing national chapters, and there are so many similarities. And while the South African context is unique and special, please know that these issues are not necessarily all unique to South Africa indeed. And I've heard us mention access to government, access to information. How do we access government? How do we have our voices heard? And I was so impressed by our chairperson who really put it into practice. And I'm sure we felt that our voices were heard here today. We've heard issues raised about migrants, farmers, women farmers, land distribution, the need for sex disaggregated data in a way that is accessible and transparent. We've heard about bringing experts into the room. How do we meet our most marginalized? Do we wait for them to come to us, or do we meet them halfway? By saying this also, I'm referring to language. Language which can create barriers within our communities. I've heard mention of feminists and the fact that being a woman doesn't automatically make you a feminist. How do we train? How do we mentor? And as a student of language ages ago now, I thought that word mentorship, why wasn't it womentorship? How come we're referring to it as men? And we actually say that there's a boys club and, the men support each other. Why don't we? Perhaps because there's not a word that's unique to us. And, I've heard about the issue of representation, and that's something I mentioned earlier as well. And what does it actually mean? How do we unpack this so that we truly represent? We've heard Mam Lobe talk about women's political participation and the cultural and traditional, aspects related to our upbringing and what, has become for us part of life and the way we vote without even thinking the influence, that forces us to vote in a certain way. And about the bill that's before us, that's come back to the table on women's economic empowerment and gender equality. Shall we go ahead? Yes. Sorry about that interruption. That's right, okay. I'm still hearing conversations in the background. Yes, so just to conclude, let me just remind us about the need for us to ensure that our youth continue to be the part of our conversations. Sometimes, we get so animated, we forget, with all good intention, we want to make sure that the youth are heard. We want to make sure that we are not inviting men and boys into the conversation, but they are actually part of the conversation. We want to remember that each of us, we have a role to play, and we should all own this space. I want to acknowledge everyone who has played such a special role in making this event possible today. We have many online who have dedicated their time to spend with us today. We have many that I want to say we don't have the time to mention everybody by name, but to reassure you that you're not invisible. We're cognizant of the work, we're cognizant of all those who stayed up the entire night to make sure that this event happened today in such a seamless way. But it took a lot of effort and a lot of work behind the scenes. So I really want to acknowledge and to say thank you again. I say thank you in the languages that I know. Muito obrigado. Muchísimas gracias. Merci infiniment. Thank you very much.
You see, when they say it's finished and people are still sitting, it says we want some more. It is done. The lecture's over. Just some few housekeeping. The first one is that we want to capture the memory. And in the annals of the historic launch of out in South Africa, we want to see your faces appearing there, so that when your grandchildren and your great-great-grandchildren said, oh, grandma was there, when we launched it, you'll be a grandma one day. So, so we have organized, courtesy of UNISA again, the photo shoot, they will lead you there, that we need your face, each one of you, but we also will try a group photo. And then from there, as you know, we've got a fundraising gala dinner that's supposed to start at 5:30. There's a group of beautiful music lined up, so we're going to have a much more relaxing networking. I know normally when we travel in groups, you end up knowing the person that you came with. So I will watch you. If I see you seated next to the person that you're sitting with here, I'll say, please, can you join the other team? Because the whole spirit is for us to know each other. It's for us to embrace love, as I said earlier on, but for us to begin to even unpack what is it that we want to come out of. So from us, the entire think tank, from leadership, UN Women, the House Mabati, from the ministry, from DECO, from all those that really gave out of love, pouringly, talent, treasure, time. We really appreciate you. So we're moving into the next gear now, where we're going to kick our heels and literally boogie, but you don't boogie without putting money on the table. Okay, so that's the deal. But remember, money comes in many different forms, okay? So don't feel threatened about I can't offer anything. Each one of us have something to offer. So having said that, we then, with powers vested upon me by the entire leadership comprising all of you, because that's leadership, all of you, we declare the session closed. Thank you.